So, what happened last time? I believe there was some wacky incidents. Eh? Teleportation troubles, huh? Would you say
Yes.
that's right?
Performance
Yeah.
anxiety.
Yeah, performance anxiety. And Aruna getting frustrated over the fact that she's like, okay, well, nobody else is saying anything, so...
You did spend some time debating on where to go next.
Nick is still muted, is he?
Talked to you went and you talked again, and we're trying to decide where to go. Since you've got obvious access to teleportation, you're not really you're at this point not really bound to anything. You've got a circle you can return to on the airship, so while it is moving around and going to places, you can just sort of pop back and forth. But you had decided perhaps the Weird Sea as a good place to go, and again even was able to advise a person to latch on to perhaps go to this Burnesh, captain who knows the Weird Sea like of his back of his hand, one of the few that can sort of, navigate it with any kind of, what's the word? Is Venta dead?
Without difficulty, right?
Yeah, he could.
No, Venta's not dead.
You said he seems unaffected by the Weird Sea's weirdness, right?
He is mostly unaffected by it, or he's able to sort of see through it or deal with it. You don't know the exact reason why. You've never actually met him. You did briefly see him in scrying, in which he, knowing that he was being watched, gesticulated with his genitalia. Yeah, sort of making a body joke at the expense. Gen does not like him very much. He thinks that Burnesh is too willing to use people as fodder and just as throwaway crew for basically his giant iron ship, which is his treasure hoard, that he uses to sail the seas and the Weird Sea and all that shit. But you looked at him and saw that he was in a tavern. You weren't quite sure where, but you latched onto him, hoping to teleport there. Unfortunately, that tavern was off the coast, or on the coast of Weitdorf, in Weitdorf, which is affected by the strange magics of the Weird Sea. And unfortunately, one of the sort of foibles of that magic, the things that makes it a little bit weird, is that it's hard to teleport into. Mechanically, whenever you teleport, whenever you roll on your D100, it puts you down a level whenever you roll. So if you were familiar with it, it would put you down to like having seen it once or whatever is below familiar with it, essentially. And unfortunately, that's led to Aruna misfiring by a lot.
It's okay, it happens to the best of us.
Unfortunately, 81.
They make a pill for that.
With double nines, 81% off target of a long distance, because you teleported all the way from the capital, Weitdorf. And that, unfortunately,
Beaver, bravo.
What the fuck did Beaver do now?
Premature evocation.
Holy shit, that's good.
I was trying to think of it, but god damn it.
Unfortunately,
Bravo.
it did cast you pretty far away from it. 2 nines leading to 81% of a long distance is a long way away. And it spits you out. Technically, it spits you out in the middle of the damn ocean. But extending the range a little bit, it landed you close to a beautiful, sort of verdant, lush island. The waters are wonderfully warm, beautifully green, clear, down to the bottom in some places where you can see great reefs that swarm with fish of various different exotic colors, Yellow Tang, Blue Tang, Aruna knows all about the Tang as she looks around beneath him. You've landed yourself off the coast of the Ile de Royhan, having rolled a 3 on your direction, sending you basically straight east from where you were going.
Into the place Ito really did not want to go right now.
There's reasons for him want to be here, but there are reasons for him to want to be here. I don't make up what happens on the dice, but whenever it's convenient, I run with it. You did see that the Ile de Royhan is familiar and comforting in a way to you, Ito, but it's different. There's a lot more people here than you remember. The town of Viridis sort of positively swarms with unfamiliar faces. You can see along the docks there have been several tents that have been set up. You can see that people fish off the dock, their lines hanging far out into the water. Many of them sort of bedraggled and thin, rough looking. Their skin largely sort of very pale and sunken. As the three of you find yourself floating maybe I would say 200, 300 feet off the shore.
God, just bring us ashore already. It feels like we've been floating.
Was that the noise of us hitting the water?
Yes.
Whew.
That's the teleportation
That was the
noise.
surf.
That was the surf.
Oh my god, it's the Lune sucking us up through the nostril and then just shitting us out.
The rest of you see, not so much a familiar town, but still a comfortable, beautiful town in a sort of Mediterranean style. The air is warm, a nice contrast to the absolute frigidity of the capital, and the cold wood, and so many places you've been recently, despite the fact that it's, well into September at this point. The air is beautifully warm. It's always summer in the Ile de Royhan, a beautiful island. There are two men there, their hair done up almost bleach blonde. It looks like a pineapple or a spider sticking up. They have facial tattoos, teeth that have been bejeweled. As they say, "We're the island boys!"
Colin, is that your first beer?
Yes.
I can't
can
fucking wait!
You can have them executed.
It's true.
If we
the
look to
prince
the
returns.
north,
Yeah.
if we look to the north, is it just like a wall of gray snow and rain?
You can't see that far north. The Ile de Royhan is a long
That's
long
true.
way
It is
off the
very
coast.
Okay. Cool. I wanted to ask because I know there is like a peak on the island.
There
I know
is.
it's not as vast as that though, correct?
Yeah, it's not that high.
Okay.
There
okay,
is a mountain at the center of it, though.
I love this picture though. Like,
It does not rise up high enough to catch snow.
to catch snow. Okay.
Except maybe in like a really
The
cold
coldest winter. Yeah. Okay. No, I love this art. Where'd you find this? This is fantastic.
internet.
Good job, internet.
It makes the Ile de
Well,
Royhan look like shitty Venice.
The lighting effect looks great.
But
I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be France.
I mean, it's vaguely
No,
Mediterranean.
it's great. I love it.
God knows the French do look this dumpy.
Cool. Anyway, Colin's gotten one Island Boys joke out of the way.
All right, but there's got to be two because they're twins.
It's true. That's why I said that.
All right,
Is Nick
you-
here? Because he's been
Fucking
muted.
dead.
You are
Bye,
actually
Jill and Ziggy.
that dog is a handful. You're actually currently on what would be off the western coast of the Ile de Royhan. The town of Viridis sits on this. It's the main port of the Ile de Royhan, a hub of travel between both the empire itself, the Stahlreich Empire, and Bayaz Kumlahar. Even the occasional ship from the Jinma dynasty will pull into port here, although they don't stay for very long, doing little more than maybe topping off on water and supplies and going on their way. It's always been a sort of mixing ground of places and ideas. It has beautiful sort of well-maintained docks that jut out far into the water, and you can see there are many boats pulled up to or sort of docked at it right now. You can see all boats ranging from simple sort of small sloops up to the occasional very large galleon that could possibly even serve as a warship. But it's crowded.
Are there any colors on that warship? Any
Roll a
standards or?
You can see there is a flag off the top of it. It looks like it does not bear the symbols or colors of the Ile de Royhan, but you can. It looks like it's a field of black on it, and you can see there are. What
You
looks
said
like
a history check?
Yes, looks like 2 crossed spears that are red.
That's a 17.
You recognize it as basically. You're surprised to find that the island is harboring basically pirates at this point. People that were raiders. However, the boat, as you look at it, is in pretty heavy disrepair. It looks like there's large sort of holes in the hull just above the water line that have been roughly patched over with planks of wood. Just smeared in pitch and tar and the hope to make it as waterproof as possible. Likely failing. You can even see every now and then a crewman, a large sort of shirtless man with sort of dark tan skin, sort of lifting himself up from the bottom, hefting a huge bucket filled with water that he just tosses off the side and disappears below, and he does this over and over again. Well, not over and over again. There's likely some sort of pump working on keeping the water out, but it seems like it's not quite enough, and he has to every now and then dump some water out as well. It is in pretty bad shape. Quite a few of the boats here are ramshackle affairs. Some of them look like they're little more than rafts thrown together for the purpose of basically just being able to float. You can roll an investigation check if you want.
15. And just to confirm, this is all happening as we're slowly coming
yes.
to shore. Okay.
The ramshackle boats, the many people, likely refugees on the island, people that have fled the oncoming storm of Stahlreich, as the sort of heartless king slowly marches his army through the heart of it. People that perhaps were on the coast, maybe had some sort of seafaring knowledge, perhaps had some money to charter a boat. But it seems that the Ile de Royhan has taken on at least its fair share of people that are running away.
Holland.
Yep.
Other than inside of that volcano, have we been anywhere this like warm and tropical ever? Or since I've been playing,
No.
I don't think so, right?
Even when it was, because I remember I asked Colin this, even in spring, Stahlreich doesn't get that warm.
It is very sort of warm always.
Oh,
Borderline
boy,
tropical.
And it's a balmy
I'm
heat,
sure.
too.
I'm sure I'm dying.
Finally.
I say I also am not attuned to this weather, but I have my robe of summer, so it doesn't bother me. But if that thing comes off, I would be fucking melting.
You pull yourselves, you find yourselves swimming to the edge of the dock, pulling yourselves from the water onto the beautiful sort of white sands of the Ile de Royhan. You can see there are a couple of people along this beach as well, many of them fishing. As they do little more than throw you like a little bit of a side eye, a faint glance, but they go about their business, leaving you largely alone as you find yourself crawling onto the shore.
It's Dungeons and Dragons. Let's be perfectly honest. Statistically speaking, this is not the first group of people they've seen just appear in the sky.
Probably not. There's quite a, like I said, with all the, like I said, the Ilder Royhan's taking in refugees, so it's definitely not unusual to see new faces at this point.
Question: does salt water bother Karakwa?
Oh, shit.
He's one of those
I've
marine
Never
iguanas.
been in an instance where, yeah. Now, if you tell me that Karakwa was modeled after a saltwater croc, I'm gonna be afraid for the record. These are fucking terrifying.
I mean, if it was in a marsh, I would imagine it's freshwater. But no, I think it's more alligator-ish than crocodile-ish.
Didn't you say he's more gator than just lizard? I thought.
Yeah, it's like a mix of both.
Okay.
Definitely swings more on the gator than croc side of
I mean-
things.
Cody over here has an actual swim speed though.
I mean, technically, yeah. It would be like plopped into the water. What the fuck?
Why are you guys so fucking slow?
Karak was just doing showman strokes while we're all like.
Wait, so you telling me
He's
if
like, Headley's in furs. Like he's probably drowning.
but if I get on the shore and I do a zigzag, can Cody catch me?
Is Reed gonna do the black boy shorts Daniel Craig walk up?
I hope not.
On the shores
really
of the
quick,
Ile de
Nick?
Royhans, just basically within the town of Viridis, up close you can now see it's a flurry of activity. People moving to and fro. You can see there are lines of people that are mending nets at the nearby dock. You can see there is one of the boats that was clearly made by a refugee, a little more than a raft, is being worked on, being turned into a fishing boat. As you can see, there are large sort of cranes and pulleys being hoisted onto the deck, and lifted up. You can see that near the dock there is a large sort of table, nearly 15 to 20 feet long, with a line of people standing behind it. You can see there is, behind this table, a sort of large, almost impossibly large human, maybe 300 pounds, completely shirtless, his hair tied heavily back into a top knot, as he sort of looks over the spread, handing out pieces of bread to a line of people, filling a bowl of soup as they sort of deal with, I mean, they're dealing with a humanitarian crisis, obviously, considering
There's
what's
too-
going on in
There's too many
Starlight.
people on the island.
There's too many people on the island.
Okay.
But they're trying to deal with it as best they can. This man, you can see he has what appears to be a tattoo of a tortoiseshell just above his left breast. As he looks onwards, next to him, you can see a much thinner fellow. This one seems to be a little bit less involved in handing out the food itself and more of like an overseer. As he looks on, he is clothed way too heavily for this environment. Likely he's sweltering on it, and he also wears a sort of serpent mask over his face as he looks onwards. You can see there's several of these sort of sorts that are overseeing the sort of distribution of food against this table, as they are two lines set up to receive what appears to be some bread and some soup and some water. You can see there are also flanking the tables a pair of guards. They don't bear the insignia of the Ile de Royhan. They are from Stahlreich itself, making sure everything is going okay, making sure that nobody's skipping the line, making sure there's no violence that occurs, as every now and then it looks like there is a sort of people jostling for position, but one of the guard moves up brandishing a sword, not necessarily menacingly, but All he has to do is show the glint of the steel and the beautiful sunlight, and they sort of quiet down a little bit, and they fall back to place to make sure everybody is at least getting something.
I'm gonna prestidigitation myself dry, and if I have time, I'll do that to everybody, and I'll just kind of want to get in line, actually for some of that food. I don't care if the rest of them follow me. I'm just gonna go do that.
All right.
And do I recognize Tortoise Shell Man, the 300-pound dude?
You know he is a monk of the Topaz Tortoises.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
One of the monks that live on the island with you.
Okay. How long is the line?
It's at this point maybe 20-30 people in each line.
Okay.
So not wildly long, and they're moving pretty efficiently, you know.
Sure. I'll kind of loiter around and just want to listen to what people are saying.
Man,
You said the vast majority of people are foreigners, they're refugees?
The vast majority of people in this line are.
Okay. You were saying something, Tommy?
Oh, how I'm irritated because of the teleportation situation. I'm just gonna walk up to one of the guards.
I'm just fucking confused.
You can see if you walk
beer
up
number
to the,
2.
If you walk up to the guard, he sort of doesn't back down, taking a step forward. Says, "If you want something to eat, you gotta find your place in line. There's enough for everyone."
I point towards Ito and go, "We're here with the Lord of the Elder Royhan."
Ito over here like,
Here's Lord. Reed would cover
Yeah.
his mouth.
And I just want to be like,
Cover
I
his
want to
mouth.
just get in the
Oh
town.
my god, Rita's gonna cover
Yeah,
her
okay.
mouth.
Bet.
he takes
Yeah,
a, he takes a
What do you
pole
just, like,
and puts it
slap
over
Aruna
her
in
Just
his
mouth.
jumps up into the air.
Yeah.
Ha!
Well, I
No, Bruce will give him the assist.
Yeah,
He's like,
you
lift
know
him up
what?
by his feet.
I'm the fucking Holy
alley-oop.
Emperor. How about that? Lord of
point
the
at the
Elder
Holy
Royhan.
Emperor over there and go, we all have one
We
of
brought
those.
her too.
Well, Aruna's getting locked up in the Huska.
Take.
No, we do. We have.
Oh Jesus!
Max, I swear to God.
No, that was
the
good.
last
No,
thing this needs is
No.
a laugh track.
well, don't be mad, Max. That was good. That was
Take
good.
your place in the line if you want something to eat.
I
I'm
There's
just
will-
enough for
waving
everyone.
I will correct Aruna and say actually we use gibbets here, not Aruna. Alakul. I'll say we use gibbets here, not stockades.
That was Henley, not Alakul, but good try.
Was it Henley? Okay,
At,
sorry.
I'm gonna keep waving for Adalinger and Ito to come over, please.
How does
Adelaide.
Adelaide look?
Adelaide, sir.
Roll an insight check.
I'm afraid.
And what was it that
Oh,
we're calling
no.
her in public again?
Hildy.
Hilda.
Hildy.
Oh,
Seven.
fine.
I got a 7. Oh, Portent dice. Not that I'm using it on this.
All right.
It's gonna be a 1.
No, it is a 2.
Nice. Solid.
Your important dice is
Guys
a
are
2.
like, fuck you.
She is
Thank you, Cody.
stony faced. You can't get a read on her. Her eyes sort of darting around to the bedraggled people. No, at least not soaking wet since you took the time to prestidigitation.
I would
to
probably
walk
do
away,
that to
but,
her first, if anything.
She sits near, basically unreadable, guarded as she looks around at the people. You can every now and then see the faintest little twitch of something, but she quickly masks it over.
Alright, seriously, Ito and her Holy Emperorness not coming over when I point and gesture towards them.
I'm really trying not to, but if you're gonna put me on the spot, I'll walk up.
Listen, I just did a
Uh,
7th level spell for the first time and I'm probably exhausted and dropped in the middle of the ocean. I don't have time for your bullshit.
She leans into, Adelaide
actually,
leans
if
into,
anything,
and she
I
sort of
would kinda-
says, should we be keeping a low profile here, or?
For you, absolutely. And then I'm going to kind of put my arm around Aruna and I say, hey, like, I get it. It's been a long time since I've been here. Let's get some food and just take this slowly.
Can't we get some food not in the line for people that are clearly refugees and starving?
We don't need to be taking the starving people's food, exactly.
I just want to meet with the person doling it out.
We're the
Then-
people from out of town getting in the FEMA line.
I-
You got any of that? You got any of that free water?
Holy shit! Max, that was good.
I half understand what you're doing, but you could also just go, hey, I'm, my name's Ito, and this is my island. I just want to speak to you for a
All right,
moment.
you raise a point. I was really just trying to get a listen check in there, but I think Colin said I didn't really hear anything of note. Just
Oh.
complaining.
Well, roll a perception check.
I believe in you.
12. I'm good at two things.
There
Two things
are-
exclusively.
The town itself is just a din of noise and shouts. You are able to hear the conversation between the two people, basically directly in front of you. It appears to be a man and his wife. You're surprised because one is what appears to be a dwarf and the other a human, probably making beautiful mule babies. But the dwarven woman has a long sort of beard that has probably at one time was beautifully kept, and it had all sorts of flourishes. You can see there's still faint curls in it, but now it sort of sits limp and lank. The man, a rather dignified looking fellow, grayed hair in his maybe early 60s to late 50s, as both of them sort of seem just, they seem down, obviously for good reason, but they each talk about Ertzig.
Ooh,
The dwarf,
that's not good.
the dwarf woman sort of taking his hand, and sort of squeezes his hand, says, "Now there, I know it's hot, but it's not as hot as the volcano." As the man says, "Yeah, but I wasn't
They
from,
put that
fuck's a
on the travel
volcano?
brochure.
I wasn't actually from the damn volcano. I was outside it. This place is sweltering."
Real quick, just because this is Connor's dumb brain not remembering things. Is Yondwin here?
Yes.
Okay,
they-
I couldn't remember.
But all your retainers and Yonduin should be here.
Okay,
'cause-
I remember the retainers. I couldn't remember Yondwin and family. Okay,
I'm gonna-
Although
Then I
they
will-
probably would not be in the refugee
no,
lot.
they're not here. But I will acquiesce to Runa, and I will make my way towards the proper village. I'm just gonna walk past this guard.
Let me acquiesce something. Can I acquiesce the name of Bromwell's dog? Puppy that you got him.
Shit, hold on.
Taint diver, taint sniffer,
Tank diver, you've been down too long in a midnight sea.
the dung eater.
Ah, fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung eater.
The Ealdoroi dog?
Dung eater.
Fuck, it was
The malevolent manure masticator.
The Ealdoroi dog.
Golden mask.
No, his name is Scrubito.
Why do I know that? And I've literally never even played that game.
I'm a fan.
Stuck
Of,
with
Watch me
you.
play it.
I'm a fan of IMD.
Is anybody else doing anything?
Yeah, hang on. I actually know this dog's name, so I need to look it up. I
I
just
know you
cannot.
do. You did make it up.
I'm getting Ito to assert his dominance so I can go to a nice house and hang out.
Well, honestly, this is the first time Reed's been like in a. an
You know, Lou, it
actual-
doesn't have to be. Just saying.
It could be, though.
Henley's confused with what the fuck a volcano is.
Oh,
Well, let
can
let
talk
Lou
about-
talk.
Was
Yeah.
Henley not there? I was gonna say, it would be my first time in like an open water area. You kind of want to check out the docks.
All right.
Just sort of walk around and watch the fishermen.
Anybody else doing anything?
I am fucking basking in this sun.
Uh.
It is robe off, dragon scale off, laying down on your
Yes.
finally some good weather.
You know, it's a familiar. It's probably actually cooler than the deserts for Karakwa, but he's unfortunately buried beneath robes and a veil. So
For me, yeah, this is still better, and I still sit on the beach in my robe and enjoy the
you get a couple
less
of very
cold.
odd looks.
You may have fucked up big, but I'd be damned if this weather isn't nice. Change your
Alright,
pace.
so we're gonna start off with saying one, Alico already sided with me. I didn't fuck up. I warned you, everyone of the consequences. It wasn't me.
You cast the spell.
Hmm.
But I'm not even upset. This is
Jesus
nice.
Christ.
It's nice. You find like some
Oh.
nice rocks to like bask on.
I know that's what Croc was doing.
They're like
Call
beautiful.
it a
They're
happy
like
accident.
it's like sitting in a pleasant like a bread oven after the fire has been taken out, and it's just a warm slab, and it just irradiates up through your body, and you can feel yourself reinvigorated by it after months and months of frigid temperatures. You feel like you're coming alive for the first time, completely awake, no longer completely sluggish, as you stretch out on the rocks. Nearby, Reed, you can see the people of the Ile de Royhan, refugees and natives alike, are just a wonderful industry of people as they move about, each serving a purpose. It looks like largely you're on fishing docks, and they're bringing in good numbers. The Ile de Royhan is in wonderfully rich waters, and likely having heavily increased population has led to them fishing a lot more heavily as they bring in large it's not like they're bringing in huge nets of like minnows and things. The Ile de Royhan pays home to like tuna sized shit, swordfish, dolphin fish, the sort of like that. You can see there's, you know, a fair amount of smaller fish, but that's sort of what they specialize in, and these beautifully large fish are going to be divvied up amongst the population, each one getting a fair share, filled with fish oil, omega-3s, and the like.
My God.
Anyway, so I found the dog.
Yep.
He is a. What is it? What kind of dog was it?
He's a bitch.
Yes.
Nadim.
Is his name Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
No, his name is Zoreo.
Please let it be that.
He's an Ibisan hound, so he's very thin and lanky, and his name is Zoreo, which is Spanish for white grape.
You should have just gone with
Zoreo?
Zoro.
Oh,
Wait,
that's right.
Zoreo, is that a dog version of the world? What does that
I'm-
do?
Shut the fuck up, Tommy.
What? No, it's Zoreo. It's Xarello.
Zordo.
Huh?
Zoreo.
I
Alright.
still think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is so much better.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is pretty good. I'll be honest. Like I'm a little
Rename
upset.
him, he's a dog, he doesn't give a shit.
Venta, what are you doing? This is your hometown.
I would be looking for probably my father's tavern.
Vent-
I'm going
Venta
home.
instinctually moves to the poor line.
I'm gonna see my dad.
Alright. You walk through the streets, the sunlight streaming down around you as the sort of high and narrow buildings rise up like walls around you. The routes are familiar to you. Your feet have wandered these roads 1,000 times. Pass by Madame Miriam's bakery, from where your father would often get bread to serve the tavern at the inn, or you find yourself walking past the jeweler who you got into a little bit of trouble with in your youth, as you smeared a cow pie across his windows after he charged too much for a piece of jewelry for your mother. Just a flood of memories.
Nix.
And then you see it, sitting prominently, the Verdant Blessing, the most prominent tavern in all of Virdess. And it despite the amount of refugees, despite the influx of people, it looks largely the same. It was always a bustling and busy place, especially on the evenings that the Lord of the Isle would come and basically sit in on it. You went and sat in on Fridays, yes, Ito?
Yes, I was actually going to ask, is it Friday?
Unfortunately, technically it's not, because...
Okay.
But the day before it was Friday.
Okay. College just slowly pushing time forward.
I keep forgetting to push the time forward. It'd probably be Saturday or Sunday at this point.
Okay. But no, if I see Venta making for the blessing, I would head after him. Although I realize, like, Ito's sporting, like, a full beard, and he looks very different.
The actual tavern itself, like I said, seems largely unchanged. It was always busy, you know. It was basically always at capacity. And so whenever you see the sort of people milling about, you can hear the sounds of laughter, the clink of glasses, the smells of roasted meats and fresh bread in the air. It's a little slice of home, completely unchanged. As Venta, you step inside to see a packed common room, familiar faces, many natives, people that you grew up with, Venta. People whose names you know and names you don't know. People that you only know in passing, and people that you've, you know, I don't know, scissored with. Who knows? But you do know these people, many of the people here.
Hey, Lamau.
Behind the bar, your mother sits on a high sort of stool. She has a large, basically, sort of cocktail shaker in one hand as she shakes it for a very sort of prominent looking individual. He doesn't look like anyone you've seen. He's not a familiar to you. It doesn't look like he's a local, but it looks like he is a man who is well-to-do, as he is outfitted in fine clothes. He has a wide-brimmed top hat that he has resting on the bar next to him. Your father rushes to and fro, his face sort of split in a smile, as he carries, you know, loaves of bread and all sorts of fine meals to people who sit hungrily waiting for him at sort of low, polished wooden tables. There is a fire that burns within the hearth, but it is low.
Because we're insane.
You can see that over the fire, it looks like there's a bubbling pot of stew. And you can see every now and then your father takes uneaten leftovers and dumps it into the stew. Likely some sort of soup for refugees, you know, providing as best they can. Table scraps are still food. And looks like they're doing what they can to help as well. It's warm in here. The sort of heat rising from the small fire and body is almost like a blanket that girds you and wraps itself around you. What would you like to do?
I'm sauntering past Venta and just gonna grab my my stool.
All right.
I'll talk to my mom.
Ito, you sort of find yourself, it's hard to find your stool. Like I said, it's packed, but you do manage to sort of soldier and shoulder your way to the bar, finding a stool that you can sort of just ease yourself on, as absent-mindedly, Fatima, the bartender, sort of almost doesn't recognize you, as, you know, you look different. Your facial hair is a little bit overgrown at this point. You're a little bit unkempt. She's dealing with several customers, and she says, I will be with you in just a moment.
Yeah, I would argue it's probably been so long, especially with Daggerand being gone. Like, Ito probably has full-on wild man hair right now.
So she doesn't really recognize you. She's like, I'll be with you in just a moment.
Take your time.
But As she sort of
And then I will slide over and I say, your son is here.
her eyes look up. Venta?
I wave.
Oh no! Fuck you, Colin.
That's all
we need
you
your
know.
we need your abuelita voice.
Venta, mi niño.
If it helps you channel the character, hold a flip flop.
Show us the
Ay,
chocolate.
mamá, no!
Chacla, chacla.
Venta, mi niño. Mama
she's-
misses you so much.
I done no wrong. I done no wrong.
Ay, Dios mío, mi Venta.
Where's Dario when you need him?
We're all
Connor?
white.
We don't talk
I-
about Venta.
I'm. That's not true, Connor. Connor, I'm part of a minority. I'm part of the minority that is sexy people.
Damn.
She rushes
Dude,
around the
anybody
bar.
know?
That's a minority. If Colin's sexy, that's definitely not a minority. A lot of people are at that level.
Wow.
That's fucked
You
up.
can only
Colin,
dream
it
to
took a while-
attain.
or
You
Rick,
can
it
only
took you a
dream
while
to
to get there,
attain
but it
these
was worth it.
heights. Well, Venta, you tower over your mother, but she still wraps her arms around you as she says, "Venta, where have you been?"
Long way from home.
You're too thin. Come. She sort of.
Good.
I'm
I
sorry.
You
Some
need
good
to.
fucking food.
You need to
Finally,
eat.
some good fucking
Why are you
Oh,
so thin?
Also,
Why are you so
Colin, my mo-
pale?
out of character, Colin. My mother does not know that I'm sick.
Why are you so
I'm
thin? Why are you
undecided
so
whether or not I've
pale?
told Dad.
You've not been taking
Oh
too.
god, no, Max is just
She sort of
Ferris Bueller.
slaps you on the shoulder. You've not been taking care of yourself, have you?
Long roads, even in short nights. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. That will not do here. Come, you're going to eat. As she
Okay.
quickly sort of rushes and disappears. As some people are like, "Hey, I'm waiting for my drink." And she all throws her head out from behind the kitchen and just gives the guy a death glare. He's like, "Oh, don't wait." Before she disappears behind the kitchen.
You said it's like, it's. I know it's always busy in here, but it's busy.
It's busy.
Can I jump behind the bar
Sure.
and start? I'll point at the guy who like yelled at her. I was like, "Hey, what did you have?"
He says, I just wanted a nice ale. Preferably be a little bit chilled. You can see there's large sort of casks beneath the bar. You can see there's a rack of wines that you have easily access to. A very large cask of a honeyed mead.
Okay. I'm assuming I know where the glasses are, so I'll go and I'll fetch him a glass, chilled if I can find it, pour him an ale, and I will slide it over to him.
He sort of says, "What, are you new here?"
In a manner of speaking.
He just kind of shrugs.
And I will put my hand over the top of the glass and be like, "Have you already paid?"
Yeah?
I'm gonna insight check that. 15.
He's lying.
I'll kind of firm my grip on the tankard and be like, "Need money up front."
He sort
I'll
of
turn
looks
my
at you
palms
and
over.
he says, well, you know how it is. I was just trying to save a little bit." But he sort of does. He doesn't really protest much. He reaches into a coin pouch and he pulls out a few silver pieces. He takes out 10 silver pieces and pays for the drink and hands one to you. Says, "For your troubles."
I will take that. I will slip it into my pocket, and I will say, "When it stops being that way and you can afford another drink, yell at me," and I will move on to the next customer.
All right. You do various bartending tasks for about 10 minutes before your mother Fatima pops her head back around, carrying what appears to be a large bowl of sort of a soup that is quite thick. It has a little sprig of parsley on top.
Oh shit! I thought she was serving menudo. I was like, "Yeah,
She is serving gazpacho.
even better, perfect."
A sort of large, thick red soup. As she says, "Hey, who are you?" As she sees you behind the bar. No customers
I-
behind bar.
I very quickly kind of like just hold her arm. And I go, Mama, that's. And I whisper to her, Mama, that's the Lord Sir Samuel. I've been traveling. Remember, I told you I had a mission to find.
I'm sorry. I know you were whispering, but the mental image. Mom, we've been over this before.
Wait, Colin.
Yeah.
Serious question. Ito just sold that alcohol. Isn't it terrible now?
No, because I.
It is not because he's not making the profit from
It's
it.
true.
She
It's
is.
true.
Yeah, but
You got the tip.
But,
you put it in
what
your
about
pocket.
taxes?
No,
What about
yeah,
the
but
sales tax?
tip is not. He's not paying for the wine. That's paying for me.
Okay,
And
I was
besides,
just-
if
I'm
you-
sliding it out
if
of my
you ha-
pocket.
If you had stuck around the tables, you would have seen they're actually serving preserves made from the Ile de Rohan's grapes, that are going over well because they're being handed out for free.
But yeah, so I would take my patronage and I will kind of slide it into like, I'm assuming she has a drop down section of the bar where she can store money, and I'll slide it in there, and I'll jump over the counter and retake my seat, and I'll apologize while he's whispering to her, like, I'm terribly sorry, Madre, just saw you were busy, wanted to help.
She sort of says, of course, me lord.
Oh, don't call me that, please don't
Yeah,
call me.
keep that on the down low.
Okay.
Tell anyone the Lord is here. Don't worry.
Of course. Of course. And she sort of says, she sort of hands you the bowl of gazpacho, the bread. She says, go eat this. Go.
I will insist that everyone pays.
But she also quickly disappears and hands a large bowl of gazpacho to you as well. She says, "You look thin too." She almost catches herself saying "my lord," but sort of says, "You must eat as well." But she doesn't take any money from you. She quickly disappears and begins serving the bar again. Your father does not really notice you either. He's, like I said, rushing back and forth between tables. Every now and then popping back to the bar to grab a drink and drag people from, take it to people's tables as he hands out food. There's a couple, he's basically a waiter amongst several waiters that sort of form almost like an intricate dance around the common room of the Verdant Blessing, sort of picking up plates and sending to the kitchen, putting down plates of what appears to be every now and then roast meats, the gazpacho, loaves of bread cooked in the nearby bakery, that sort of thing. Doesn't even notice that you're there.
Oh, that's okay. He's busy. I'm not gonna bother him.
Typical.
I eat my mother's cooking.
Familiar, and comforting.
Yes. As time passes, did the bar ever get less busy, or is it just like pretty perpetually just like Dad is slammed?
It's kind of the only bar though.
Quite the opposite. As time passes, you can see there's actually people lining up outside.
All right.
What? Go ahead,
What?
Max.
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, you.
No,
go.
I already had my bit. You go ahead.
As
Okay.
it gets later in the day, you arrived. As it gets later and sort of into afternoon into night, there are people sort of that are lining up.
I
hoping
want to begin sort of like shadowing my dad and just walk behind him and help him with tables as I'm like, hey, like I'm back.
He almost doesn't notice you before you can see your mom sort of walks up and sort of, Papi, your son is here. As he sort of, his eyes come up from the plates as he says, Venta, my boy!
Hey,
I
Dad, how's
assume-
it been?
Does that mean your mission is done?
That and more.
I want to hear about it.
Of course. If you ever have a spare second, as I
Man.
sort of gesture like around.
He sort of says, he sort of waves the customers away. They can wait. Manuel, you're taking my tables. Come upstairs, my boy. Come, let's talk. I want to hear all about it. Did you meet any nice girls or boys?
Not particularly. The only women that I've met are questionable, but
Well,
Looks at Aruno.
questionable is rude.
Questionable. I'm at the beach.
I was about to say she's not there. Yeah, sure. I'll go with him upstairs. I'll tell him about I want to tell him about how I went through the teleportation circle. It didn't kill me. I found Lord Saracenu like I was tasked to do, and we're back. And I'll tell him about the dragon hunt, because the dragon hunt was cool.
He says, "Are you saying Lord Sarasenio's back?"
Yes, but the rest of the town does not know that. Keep it to yourself.
Where is he?
He is helping with the bar.
His face sort of falls and says, "You got the Lord
I know
helping with the bar."
I know it's not Friday, but
Why don't you? He has taken you upstairs into basically your family's private rooms.
You about to get fucking
It's not
smacked.
Friday. Is so good.
Why don't? I mean, he can come here. Why don't we all get together and have a talk? There's no reason for him to be down there with, the rabble.
you'd like me to go fetch him?
Sure. He can
Alright,
come up here if
I
he wants.
quickly
If he wants
head-
somewhere
yeah.
a little bit more private and quiet.
I quickly head downstairs to go find Ito.
Fetch your mother for a while if she wants to take a break. There's no reason for her to be on her feet 12 hours a day. She's not as young as she used to be. We've got workers that can handle that for a little while.
Okay.
But alright, you head downstairs, and like I said, it's still a packed house. Your mother is slinging bar, now no longer alone behind the bars. There's a couple of people back there with her as they hand out drinks. Take glasses, send them back to the kitchen to be washed out in the water that, the salty water that runs from. Basically, the Ile de Royhan does have running water, essentially, as there are sort of pipes that run and pour water through the large establishments. The average home doesn't, but for prominent establishments, for the estate, it actually has sort of a running water system.
Cool.
The water
So
itself
nice.
is not good for drinking, though. It is brackish at best.
I
I have a Sandsburn.
If I see the parents of Venta approaching, I would apologize for jumping behind the bar, but they looked like they needed the help for a second. Yes, I am back. However, I can't stay for too long. Venta can stay as long as he needs.
Oh, who needs them?
Yeah. The Lord Saracenu telling you to fuck off.
No,
That's what I'm saying. It was actually it was just me sent down. I just approached Ito. I'm like,
oh my bad. I thought they were behind you. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I can. We can't stay long. I imagine if we're here, we might as well make use of it. And
I mean, that's okay. He just wanted to speak with you.
sure.
Okay.
Do I recognize anyone in the bar? Other
Sure,
than...
there's a lot of locals here.
Okay. But nobody's looked at me twice.
It doesn't look like anyone's really noticed you.
Okay. I will. I guess I will follow Venta upstairs.
All right, I lead him to Mirren.
Climb
No,
up the...
actually, hang on. How's it feel to be back? Max, don't bitch out on me now.
It's a lot to take in all at once. You think as a kid that your town that you've never seen, barely even raised or threatened, just seems to be in such stress. It's a good
Yeah.
thing they're doing, though, trying to help these people.
Yeah, war sucks. This is my second return back to the island, so perhaps it's not as rough for me. But
I suppose I'll have to get used.
you do eventually.
As you walk up the stairs and step into the private rooms of the True Cloud family, Mirren rises to his feet and sort of rushes over, and he takes your hand and sort of bows slightly and says, "My Lord Sarasenio, it is good that you are back."
Oh, thank you. Your wife's gazpacho is still fantastic. Tastes like home.
He sort of smiles and said, "That is the best compliment that you could ever give her."
Well, if you produce her, I'll happily make it again.
Of course, I told her to take a break. As you kind of sort of wait almost like in an awkward silence for a little while, for about 2-3 minutes, before the door sort of opens and you see Venta, you see your mom looking a little bit harried, as step in. Her hair is a little bit mussed. She's got a faint sheen of sweat across a reddened face, but she isn't quite as deferential to you, Ito. She doesn't like take your hand and bow to it. She almost sort of says, "We're very busy. What do you want?"
It wasn't my idea.
I want you to take a rest, honey. The Lord Sarasenio is back. I know, he got behind the bar.
I'm just staring here awkwardly. I'm like, oh no.
Are they gonna start arguing again?
He says, you can see he almost looks mollified. Behind the bar, he's the Lord of the Island. He has 2 hands, he can pour a tap. As they sort of start gently arguing with each other. But she says, enough. And that is enough to silence him. But she smiles and says, Venta, and sort of now has a chance to wrap her arms around you and hug you.
I warmly hug my grandma. Like, Karma,
Mom,
god
your
damn it,
mom,
why do I
your
keep
mom.
thinking my mother?
Because I said abuelita earlier.
Yeah, I know. It's exactly what it is.
She only wields the chancla. It is not hers.
It's like fucking Sora with the
It has not
keyblade.
yet been earned.
She
No,
says,
abuelitas are like Highlanders. There can only be one.
It is a shock to see you return so soon. And yet I missed you.
Well, funny enough, this isn't exactly where we're trying to go.
What do you mean you weren't trying to come home to see your poor mother?
You still have more things to take care of out there. There's a war going on.
You need to take care of yourself! As she sort of wraps her hand around your wrist, saying, "Too thin."
Oh, this is when Venta just leaves.
Mother, I can be thin and still fight. I'm doing just fine.
No. You need strength.
I just ate. I'm strong enough.
No. Come, there's something else for you here. As she sort of
I'm
begins
back.
to...
I'm back, aren't I? Isn't that enough strength?
and she sort of says, "And you, Lord Sarasenio, you should be looking after my son. Look how thin this boy is."
Done my best. I've probably lost a few pounds too. It's Cardon on the road, but we do what we can.
Fatima, they're young and they're out adventuring and seeing the world. They might not have time to eat every day, and I'm sure the Lord is doing his best. Nah. That is not good enough. As she looks at you and says, "You're thin too."
Colin, if when Tanami runs his temporary game, if you play any character that's not Venta's mom, I'm going to riot.
And what is this on your face? As she sort of motions to your facial hair. Used to be so clean, so kept.
Yeah, you know, Daggerong, my man, came a few months ago.
You can't go back down looking like this. Come, I will cut your hair.
I don't like that prospect.
You wait until you see how sharp this flip flop is.
She pulls. she picks up a ball.
She uses it like a monk weapon.
I think,
At least, do you know how to shave yourself?
you know, I do, but we were in much colder climates, so it seemed appropriate. But I promise, my man Daggerond will happily cater to that need. I'm sure. In fact, I think if I were to have someone else shave me before I see him, I would get the bad side of his tongue. But thank you.
Well, next time I see you, I want you to be presentable, and I want
I
you to
will-
be fatter, young man. As she,
I will not disgrace your bar again with such disarray.
it is not a disgrace.
I'm like, Mama.
I'm not going to suffer any of your arguments.
Is Ventus Spanish or Jewish? We just don't know.
Oh, what?
You
What
could
happens if
pretty
she
easily
will-
be both.
What happens if she has both flip flops at the same time?
So you know
It's
how like the
unstoppable.
Super Saiyans have multiple levels?
Uh,
It's that, but with chanclas. Yeah.
My lord,
Where
Beak
the-
is actually a
Mr.
steel-toed
Mama
boot.
Or Boychik.
my lord, things have changed some
Is this-
since
is
last
this the
year.
dad talking?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I guess it has been. It's been like 11 months, right?
Quite a while.
Well, because if I remember, the first game was October.
Yes,
So 10 or 11 months. Okay.
and it's probably later than September 15th. I have to
Sure.
go through but it is a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay.
But he says there was a man who came and he took many of our boys away. Said that it was a requirement that the crown needed every fighting hand, and Vent only he barely escaped being taken away due to his nature. But
I'm glaring at my dad.
they
Sexuality.
Don't ask.
The,
Don't
em-
tell.
the Empire still has.
he
Don't
he
ask, don't
has
tell.
he
We're still
has
waiting on that repeal.
remained and he currently is staying at the estate with your family and helps oversee the distribution of funds and foods and the like. I'm afraid even some people, refugees, they stay on your estates because there's no room in town in lots of places. And your good sister and the lady Amelia have seen fit to open the grounds, the doors, the outbuildings, in the hopes that they can provide some relief. So I don't want it to be a shock if you go to your home and see that there are more people.
Oh no, if I recall, I explicitly told them to do that. Although I don't know anything about this man who's an imperial representative.
Yes.
We don't get many of those.
Well, we certainly don't until now. I guess desperate times.
I will. No, Adelaide's not with us.
Nope.
I will. Is he? I'm assuming he's in the manor house.
Yes, he is in the main house. He is. He is not a bad person, but he can be abrasive. I often see him walking the grounds with your accountant, Mayora.
Okay. Well, I'll be honest. If I'm sure Mayora already knows that I've been on the island too long without seeing her, so I should probably head towards that, and I will very pointedly start to leave.
You
My
get
wife
up,
is-
as you try to bid farewell, Fatima sort of gets up and sort of grabs a couple of things, pushing some sweets into your hand, saying,
no.
"Take those. Eat them. Like I said, you need to get a little bit bigger. Your lady is not going to recognize you."
I will thank her, and I will take my sweets, and I will leave, and I will make eye contact with Venta to see if he is joining me or if he's gonna
Yes.
stay. Okay.
Oh my god. You see how my parents are being?
And you,
Full stop. I could listen to you talking to these parents
You
like,
young
all
man.
day long. That could be the whole session.
you better not leave here without seeing us again. I don't want you to leave at all. But you are a grown man, and so I won't stop you.
You will see me before I leave, Mother. You and Father.
The next time I see you, better have a nice girl with you.
Nice, I cannot guarantee. Girl, maybe.
She puts the obligatory
There's-
sweets in your hands. Joke's on you, they're Altoid sours.
Hell yeah.
Ah!
We have a couple of women in this party. Neither one of them I would call nice.
Exactly.
Take care of yourself, my son.
What, are you saying that the women in the party are turning Venta gay?
No, they're not nice.
Oh, it's
Why
the
you gotta
chemicals
make
in
it
the
gay
water
for
that
them?
are turning Venta gay.
True.
Already turned Karak.
Oh, it's
Me
just
and the
frogs.
frogs.
It's the freaking Empire's BP oil
Kar-
spill.
Karakwa can't stop licking reptiles because he is one.
It's true.
Turns him gay.
Now,
Frogs are amphibians.
but she
Now, what
hugs you.
Venta's
a little
doing-
kinky, little kinky.
She hugs you, like, and gives you some big pieces of candy for the road, saying,
Based.
you better come back, better come see us. I'm going to have some actual food to go with you whenever you leave. You're not eating
Oh, no.
enough.
She's gonna give us like a fucking cart full of Tupperware.
But she,
Ye
You're
oldie
gonna have to
Tupperware.
return every last one.
you are able to go. Fatima goes back to her place behind the bar as your father goes back to hurrying, waiting the tables. They both look at you lovingly, almost longingly, seeing you walk out the door. Their little boy has grown up and gone out to see the world.
Wow.
Under the
How old
care
is-
of their lord.
How old is Venta again? Me like,
Venta is 20, like 22, 20. Yeah, he's
Okay.
like 22.
but this is like the first time you've ever been away from the island.
Yes, I left
Okay.
the island when I was 17.
It took you 4 years to find me.
Oh no, I got sick when I was 17.
That's right. Okay, I was
And I
gonna
started
say because I
yeah.
wasn't even gone that far back. Okay, cool.
But
Tommy, I'm proud of you. I'll be honest.
I'm
Bravo.
not.
she sees Ito leave. She like gives him the eye, like, you better watch out for my son. As,
Water try.
you turn and the two of you leave, stepping out into the. At this point, it's getting darker on the Ile de Royhan. Like it's
It's because of the refugees.
It's true. Oh no.
My bad.
Wow.
They're from fantasy Europe, so it's actually getting lighter.
All right.
That's how they get you.
They're only from Czechoslovakia.
I switch back to them because I gotta go grab a coffee.
All
or
right.
something.
What
Washington.
what is everyone
Beach
else
episode.
doing? You've got
Well,
You're going to the
Karak
beach,
was-
Beach
right?
episode going.
Karak was basking. Reed is looking at fishermen
He's-
and stuff.
He's
well,
full
actually,
nude. by
I
the
was
way.
going to. Sorry, because actually looking at the fishermen gave me an idea to see if I could help Adelaide with meditation.
Sure.
I
How'd
don't
you
know
get
if
that
she's
from
available.
fishermen?
Him looking at the fisher made him think of Klaus, and he was like, "Man, if he can do it, I can."
Him
too."
looking at fishermen made him think of the smell of fish, which made him think of Adelaide.
Mm.
Oh, that makes sense.
You can see Adelaide is actually. You actually have to look around for Adelaide. You find her actually off to the side. She's in a dice game.
Oh, boy.
Sort of
She's
laughing.
gambling away the fucking Empire's coffers.
No, she's in the royal vestment.
It's
It
been-
looks like Princess Leia's metal bikini.
It's been too long since I've lost a large sum of money. As she smiles at the group around her. Hardened fishermen wearing sort of rolling dice made of fish bones. They're sort of long and almost rectangular. with basically 5 sides on them as they sort of throw them up against the wall and they sort of clatter away. As there's a loud as you hear Adelaide sort of jump up and says, "Thank you for the money, you freaking rubes." She sort of gathers up a large quantity of gold.
That's how you get beat up.
You think I don't know how to play Fisherman's Knuckles? Please.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no.
It's not the
Oh,
only
you appear to
fisherman
have been
knuckles
blessed by
she's
a
had
god
in
of
her.
luck.
Ito, I
Oh,
think you should have taken her to the bar.
Good shit, Nick.
that
Good
was
shit.
Nick.
I heard that.
Top
Don't-
shelf.
Don't tempt
Nick, you
her.
could go home.
Don't tempt her because she might. Here in sort of a large group of people, she's thriving, happy, joining a dice game, scooping up a fairly reasonable sum of what looks like 9 gold pieces. She sort of takes it and puts it in her purse, says, there. We can't
Wait.
all be winners.
Full stop. There's no way that Adelaide carries a purse.
Why wouldn't
Not.
she?
Coin purse.
No.
I mean, she carries coins with her, right?
No.
She has a coin purse only with Electrum in it.
No, I'd say it's a
It's
special.
like,
takes
wow,
a-
that's
she takes a
that's
note
a
out of
bag of 3
Kathy's book.
coins.
Excuse me, can you please break 1 Electrum? Thank you.
I'm afraid there have to be winners and losers in the world, and today you're losers. But who knows, perhaps tomorrow? Good luck to you. As she sort of takes a step away from the dice game, and the grumbling fishermen sort of go back, and you can see they turn out their pockets and they're largely empty. She... Civilization.
She just can't help it. She takes money from the poor in office and in private.
As you see her, that's where you arrive with her sort of taking that deep breath and enjoying basically a vibrant city with of active life outside, unlike many of the cold cities where people have just been going to and fro and sort of going about their business. There's people that loiter about and they play games in the streets, and there's children running around. There's laughter in the air, that sort of thing.
Oh damn.
You're gonna fucking see.
Reed was gonna interrupt her, but
I mean, you can if you want to.
he's gonna turn around. Nah. If she's happy for right now, we can take 1 day off.
That's a
It
nice
is
sentiment.
this is the closest to a Hot Springs episode we're getting. So
She
The
does.
real Hot Spring episode we had, Connor.
She does seem
true.
happy. She does seem satisfied. She. Now where do I have to go to get fucked around here? As she starts looking around excitedly.
Is that number 3 or 4?
you're number 3.
Number 3. I'm not drinking that much. But she,
Yes.
like I said, her discipline has been improving, but she still has her vices that she enjoys. She likes to drink and gamble, and she likes to fool around. I don't know if you stop her, but if you don't, she sort of is going to disappear into the streets. She says, "Is there a brothel nearby?"
I'm
No,
not
no,
gonna
no,
stop
no,
her.
no, no, no.
However, I will continue my training myself. And I'm
Don't
going to
let
head-
the Holy Roman Emperor go off in an island by herself. For
We
the love
apparently
of
already
God.
were.
I'll go with her.
The fish muncher.
Brothel.
No, I mean, yeah, I guess so. I'll act like her bodyguard. I'm big enough.
I'm
You're
not.
big enough.
However, I will do the training myself. I was going to head to the
Oh no!
fisherman.
If you
see
if you
we could
genuinely
join
feel like
them.
it'll benefit her, you can go talk to her.
I think a day off would be better for her. She has gone through a bit, seeing how, encroaching the Everfrost people are being.
She finds a. Are you going with her to act as a bodyguard, Henley?
Yeah, that's fine.
Uh,
While we're out, though, I'm gonna see if we can stop by a shop and I can get warmer weather clothes.
Henley's gonna come
Fine.
out in some board shorts and a tank top.
I mean, I probably need like not fur boots.
She
You need
kind
some
of
Uggs.
she
Ooh, there's
Yeah.
some swamp toes right there, man.
well,
Ugh.
I hear you can see she talks with a couple of people for a while before sort of turning to you and says, "I have found the name of apparently a pretty lovely brothel called the Midwife's Fish Pie, and I
It is. No, it's
Ugh.
no.
Imagine the
He's
grease.
had a lot of great
Oh.
games.
I'm
That
a big fan of Colin being like, oh yeah, it's very romantic, very rustic Mediterranean. The midwife's fish pie.
it's also a fisherman's village, fisherman's city."
Adelaide, first though, I need your fashion sense to help me find some clothes.
She sort of
Yes.
she takes
Ooh,
the
a shopping episode.
she
Can I
she
go with?
excitedly sort of jingles the coin purse that she won off of off of these men and says, "It's on the house."
I
Adelaide is
appreciate
like,
it.
yes, Henley.
I need your fashion sense. and
We're
your-
about to
and
She
your-
yacht-
sort of she
Justify
looks
Henley.
at you and says, "Are you sold on that cloak?" As she points to Steinhardt's hide.
I think I have to keep this one, but we can like repurpose it if I need to. I think.
Oh no, it's very dour for such a setting. Are you familiar with pastels?
No.
That's
Why
okay.
don't you talk about
You're going
What's,
to.
wait, what's a pastel?
Oh,
is that?
I've never even heard that word before.
we have to get you in a
How would
clothing
they
shop
dinner?
immediately.
I appreciate it.
Queer eye for the weird
Hold
guy.
on.
And then afterwards, if you want to join me at the brothel, I'm sure we can find someone
Henley's
suitable
about to
for
get
you.
yassified.
But the clothing shop first, because we don't want you to walk into a brothel looking like a savage.
Damn.
That's
Damn, the
Alright, that's-
closeted racism.
We just
That's
we gotta get a
It's not
casual
race-
racism count.
Max. I'm probably paler than she is.
She still called you a savage.
Yeah, because I'm from a barbarian village of hunter-gatherers.
I
You
guess.
can't. She can't say that though. That's your word.
I have it.
Yeah.
All right, I have in my head Miami Vice.
No, no.
We call
Yes. Yes.
we call each other Sabagas.
But she sort of excitedly, sort of almost like grabs your hand and starts looking around for a clothing shop.
Question.
Yeah. This is happening while you're in the.
I just
business.
actually know this is not a question. This is a statement of fact. I think we all missed a huge opportunity by not bringing Klaus here.
I mean, can you imagine the
We've
smell?
even gone about doing that, Connor.
Klaus, I don't care, but Klaus, the undead vampire man, demon.
He's not a vampire. He's not
He's not
technically.
undead.
He's not undead either.
Whatever the hell he is.
Gay
Isn't he
German.
like technically kind of undead? Didn't he die and come back?
He did die and come
No,
back,
he's just
but
gay and German,
he,
Connor.
the Redeemer
He's
didn't
not
bring him
undead,
back as an
he's
undead.
German.
He actually revived him.
Yeah.
And bound himself
He
to
just-
him.
I'm just
He
saying,
just
Klaus
got
not being on the
redeveloped.
beach is a missed opportunity. That's all I wanted to say.
I am on the beach as a vampire, dressed in my
But
cloak,
she-
just sitting in the sand.
Connor wants the anime moment when the bad guy also shows up in the beach episode. and
Yes!
He's kind of there.
She takes your hand and starts looking around, talking about I'm afraid the clothing and the styles and the materials here are a little bit, and she almost pauses, rustic, as she tries to find a nice word to say poor, but she says it's still going to be lovely.
I'll take your word for it. I have no eye for this stuff.
All right, Henley's gonna show up in like pastel clothing, like really nice light pastel clothing.
God.
That's hilarious. And I love
Hey,
it.
hey, Colin, can he show up like a Hunger Games character from the Capitol? Like that
Yes.
kind of pastel, awful makeup. and
Hell
stuff?
yes.
Yes.
All right, what is everyone else? What is? Let's see. We've got Ito, we've got Venta, we've got Henley, we've got Adelaide. So that leaves. Let me separate people to the side. We got Alec, cool, Bruce,
Cody.
Aruna, Karakwa.
Cody, come back.
Cody, come
come back.
We can do. Oh, I mean, you don't have to. Obviously, Reed, you had ideas of what you were doing.
Well, I was gonna do it with Adelaide, but she deserves a time off. So but I'm
She
still gonna go back
appreciates
to
it.
the
She's
fisherman. I'm still gonna go back to the fisherman myself to just see if I can borrow and help them out, while I also do my meditation.
I'll be
I'm
right back.
going to focus on the bobber swaying in the water.
Hmm.
I don't like how that rhymed. That made me uncomfortable.
What right?
You find yourself at the edge of the docks. There are many people that are sort of sit at the edge, but you climb up onto one of the sort of posts that rise up out of the pier. You can see the fishermen themselves. I don't know how familiar does Reed have any familiarity with fishing?
Not really, no.
You
Definitely not in saltwater environments.
you can see your help for the most part isn't really necessary. There's a lot of people here that are doing net mending and the like, and people going out. And you sort of watch them, and it's a wonderful rhythm of people. You can see the up and down of the bone needles as they thread cord through the netting. You can see the gentle lull of the boats and the bobbers in the water, the sort of beautiful green water up and down. You find yourself sort of resting on one of the large dock posts that rises up from the water. You're maybe 20 feet out. And you take some deep breaths, and you find yourself, you sit on this post to find balance, almost. Swaying to one side will throw you onto the dock, swaying to the other side, throwing you into the water as you find yourself resting on it, sitting on it, centering yourself, so you're centered on this post.
Karate Kid crane style.
Yes. And you, close your eyes. Give me a perception check.
Okay. Good, that's 21.
I want to porten that to be a 2.
Oh shit. Jokes on you. He already the guy also the stealth guy also rolled a 2, so it's not great. He'd probably see it even with a 2. But you do hear
Max, your delivery on that was on point.
heavy footfalls on the sort of dock. Thud 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 thud. As you hear it stop next to you, and you feel a hand that sort of brushes up against you as he says, "And what would happen if you fell out of balance?" As he almost tries to push you.
Can I take a dexterity check on that?
Yes. You can give an acrobatics check.
Acrobatics, okay. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh fuck that. 22.
You find yourself able to sort of bend with the push the heavy hand pressing up against you, as you sort of sway just a little bit, slightly, but pretty easily able to maintain your balance.
You used my word. I was gonna say one must sway like the wind.
You must
and
be
flow
as
with the
water.
river.
It's an ocean, actually.
Not bad. Thought I recognized a fellow member of the monastic traditions. As you sort of turn and see there is the same man who was handing out food with the sort of shirt, overweight, large tattoo on his breast, hair tied back, looks at you. It looks like now the line has largely dispersed and the people are sort of packing up the what's left. Didn't expect you to be able to sway quite like that, though. Look like you've had quite a bit of training in your day.
indeed. I have had my fair share of years at the monastery.
Where do you hail from, Master Halfling?
From the mainland. In the Vergilt plain. Is it the Vergilt?
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's most of the place, isn't it? Fucking Christ.
Which monastery, exactly?
I'm from the Emerald. The Mantis.
Haven't seen one of your lot in quite some time.
And I don't believe I've ever seen one of your lot.
Starts
before.
aggressively snapping towards Lou.
Yeah?
I'm back.
Time for a gang fight. You ever been in a
Oh, like
gang fight,
Footloose.
Master Halfling?
Like Footloose. Get out of here, Max. Oh my god. So, not like Footloose.
Max, even
no.
I know
Holy
that's West Side Story.
Oh.
He sort of smiles and holds out his hand. Name's Cordoba. I am of
Read
the,
aloud.
Topaz Tortoises. Considering you're from the mainland, I doubt you've heard of us. We don't have, much of a presence there.
Oh, I have heard tell of you.
Well, I hope it's good. He sort of smiles broadly at you. He sort of says, I hope they didn't tell you that we're just a bunch of fat layabouts, as he sort of slaps his stomach.
All of the Topaz Tortoises have absolute thunder thighs.
I mean,
Every single one of them.
they're sumo
Their
wrestlers.
tummy thick.
Max, it's literally like if sumo wrestlers were Maori tribespeople.
Well,
Damn.
then, if
They're the
Mother
thickest.
Hill
I don't know how much the other monastic traditions appreciate the ceremony of centering yourself, but we're very spiritual here. I can recognize someone that's looking inwards to themselves, and you'd be surprised how much that means to us. That is, at the end of the day, what living is all about. Look inwards and see yourself.
You have a spiritual side.
Oh yes. To tell you the truth, sometimes I appreciate the ceremony and stuff, but sometimes the third tea ceremony of the day even gets to me. But the Grand Master insists on following the traditions, and it's not like it's harming anyone. He seems to find solace in it, and there are others that do as well.
Well, that sounds quite structured and not what I was expecting. Are you sure you're with those Topaz Tortoises?
We are. Yes.
Rude.
What, did you think we were all just drunks all the time?
Well, as I hear, you're lazy louts that don't know your keg from your cask.
That's ridiculous. We can tell a keg from a cask. Lord knows we see enough of them. But it's important to know when to let yourself go, and when to center yourself and hold it in. We do have our fair share of drink, don't you doubt it. But the important thing of having that chaos, that drunkenness, is that you're able to control it. And that's what the ceremony is about.
What is this ceremony?
We're brewers, you see. We do have... brewing doesn't only extend to the fine works of alcohol. Teas as well. We find ourselves... Well, that's what it all is about, isn't it? As he almost, like, sort of pushes you again and you sort of pull away from it. It's about balance. The alcohol, the tea, drunkenness, and discipline. That is what the Topaz Tortoise is all about.
Well, I suppose it would be rude of me not to observe this ceremony.
He'd be
As a
happy to have
connoisseur
you.
of tea,
Are you a connoisseur of any kind of alcohol?
You are now.
Lou, if you don't take this opportunity to have Reed get absolutely turned, you are no longer allowed to play D&D.
Okay, but can you invite me, please?
You have like an armoire of wine.
Yeah, but not special monk.
But
Yeah, come on, Rick, it's the exotics, okay?
That's fair.
An
well, I've never
armoire
really
of
been
wine.
much for the drink. One must keep his wits about him, especially in these dire times.
He nods his head.
Bitch.
Exactly. But that
I'm
is
sure they'll sneak me something in a bit. Just
that is sort of how they view it. They're drunks, but they know how to control their drinking. It's about the balance at the end of the day, and sort of turning inwards and knowing how to harness it, essentially. Because, you know, a monk that just drinks and gets drunk is a drunk. A monk that drinks and knows how to harness that drinking, that is a topaz tortoise. But he's more than happy to have you on the monastery. He says, well, you know, Grand Master Caskstone will be happy to welcome you. You and any of your allies that want to come. We don't live exactly a lavish life, but there's clean beds and food, and, well, if they're the one to partake of drink, there'll be alcohol.
well, I would be honored to accept this invitation.
He smiles and says, good! And sort of, says, we are on the other side of the island, basically, near the estate of the Ile de Royhan. I can take you there right now, or you can trickle in whenever you need to, but just know that there's a good place. Just tell Grandmaster Stone that, to come talk to me. I'll see that you're set up. I'll warn him that you're coming, if you're not coming right now. Reed Underbow, was it?
First, I'll get off the pillar, and then I will bow to him. And what was his name again?
His name is Cordoba.
Cordoba.
He sort of smiles at the bow. Says, he sort of bows as well. That one's not quite so common in our monastery or anything like that.
Well then, I will make
Lou,
a
the
few
term you're looking
arrangements
for
and
is
then
a pilot.
meet you there.
Well, it's I imagine actually it's a good opportunity to teach you the ways we sort of greet each other. Bowing
Stop
is a
their
little
bellies
bit
like seals.
like that. As he sort of puffs out his chest, and he sort of says, "All right, now." He almost sort of motions for you to puff out your chest as well. You know, like as he walks up to you and he like bumps his belly up against you really hard, almost sort of sending you off the dock. Give me an athletics check.
Oh, luckily my athletics is... Nope, that's an 8.
You find yourself holding up pretty well. You do take a step back as his girth sort of pushes into you, but it looks like he kind of doesn't push his stomach out too hard as he bumps his stomach up against yours. None of that bowing stuff. They basically belly bump each other as hard as they can to see who gets knocked backwards.
Reed starts to bow and then thinks and then just tries to belly bump him back.
Reed goes flying because he weighs 20 pounds.
Now you're learning, Master Halfling. But he nods his head, and you know that whenever you want to head towards the monastery itself, they'll know you're coming. It's not exactly a lavish lifestyle. They don't live in anything but probably similar cells to what the Emerald Mantis live in, but it'll be clean, there'll be food, and lots of alcohol. Lots of alcohol. And tea as well.
I have the feeling that's how it's going to start, is they're going to spike his tea.
Dude, I
They
am
probably
ready.
just drink spiked tea.
I am ready to play the Hangover D&D campaign.
My life is a Hangover D&D camp.
It's
Do
true.
we get drunk with my parents, Connor?
I'm not kidding.
Does Ito and Venta get
if
drunk with his
Colin's
parents?
character isn't just a Spanish grandmother for Tommy's one-off game, I'm gonna be upset.
Now, Reed.
Yes.
You don't have to go immediately. You can wander in anytime. He just says that they'll be expecting you. He'll go and tell the Grandmaster to expect a member of the Emerald Mantis, Reed Underbow, and welcome you and any sort of person that you bring with you. If you want to grab other people. Probably Bruce is a good option. He is also Monkey.
Bruce is a monkey?
Colin,
He's monkish.
That's racist.
He's a funky.
No,
No,
Black-
I'll take monkey.
do
I'll
the
take
Black
monkey.
History Month joke that Colin would have made a little while ago.
It's
Oh.
April, damn it.
No, it's all year this time because of COVID.
But that leaves Aruna, Bruce, oh cool, Karakwa for me to make up fun beach scenes for. Aruna, what are
Scuba
you?
diving.
Are you scuba diving? Would
I'm
you like
taking a-
to go?
I'm scuba diving.
Would you like to go harpoon fishing?
Who's gone harpoon fishing? Bruce?
You know, that sounds tempting.
That sounds good to you, buddy. Colin, I'm gonna be like the mom at the beach. I'm gonna have a parasol, and I'm gonna just read a book and take a fucking nap while the kids go out and
Like-
play in the water.
Like Wednesday Adam.
Yes.
Oh man, you're like
yeah.
Wednesday Addams. I show up. So how's it going?
Oh,
Wait, are
no.
you the Christina Ricci as Wednesday Addams now?
Ooh, that's spicy.
Because she's done it.
Yeah.
She's doing it actually. I think.
Are you the Christina Ricci? Are you Carrie Hope Fletcher, who originated the role of Wednesday Addams in the musical for the Addams Family? Are you-
Dude, there was a guy who came into my store yesterday, and I don't know if it was the sweater he was wearing or maybe just I don't know, but he looked like Lionel Richie. I legit I talked to I rang him out. I was like, dude,
How do we go from
you
Christina
look-
Ricci to
Yeah,
Lionel
what just
Richie?
what just
Lionel
happened?
Richie.
What just happened?
You
Oh.
did you bring him up and go,
Gave everyone your fucking brain.
Max, how
Did you
high
go-
are you?
hello?
I did not say smoke before.
Is it me you're
How
looking
are
for?
you?
Max,
Did you
how high are you?
hello? Did you find the
About
item
6
you're
feet.
looking for? Did you see it in the
God
aisle?
damn it.
Dude,
Uh,
dude, legit, he looked like Lionel Richie, and he didn't deny it, so he knows.
Like, with
So-
the,
I would
Why
hope
would
so.
you ever
It's
tell
a
somebody that
did he have like? Did he have like? Did he have
And
like
he had
a?
really, it was maybe it was a sweater, maybe
Did he
it
have
was
a
his mustache. I
Jerry
don't know.
curl or
Max, we're not denying that the guy may have looked like Lionel Richie.
was he using
We're just
Soul
trying
Glow?
to figure out how we got from Christina Ricci to Lionel Richie.
It just made me think of it. It made me think of it.
Those are different people, Max.
It's just
They're
hearing Richie.
I
made
would
me
go
think
as
of
far to
Richie.
say they're almost on opposite ends of a spectrum.
Both played Wednesday Adams, guys.
It's
Don't you
true.
remember?
You remember when
That's
Lionel
what
Richie
we
had
were getting at.
braids?
And this new movie, Lionel Richie as Wednesday Adam.
Lionel Richie is every member of the Adams family.
I'm
Hello?
fucking horrified.
Perfect.
Is it me you're looking for? Alright. Wednesday Adams, Aruna, what are you doing?
I told you I'm taking a nap.
Alright.
Fucking
You
gonna sit
lounge
there.
out on the beach. It's very, I imagine, you're not super comfortable in the damn heat.
yeah, I'll probably alleviate that somehow. I have yet to figure it out.
After sitting on the beach for a while, I will approach Aruna and
Oh no.
be like, so, like, since we're here, and that date is coming up,
You
we
wanna
should
you wanna
probably
make out?
like we should probably like do some looking around.
Oh God. I guess you're right. It's too bright and it's too hot to do anything cool.
I can't wait to take you
burns
to
like
where
the
I'm
moon.
from. This is cold to me still.
Oh my God. How warm is it, Colin? Like,
Here,
temperature-wise?
it's about 90.
Oh my God.
That is warm compared to the deserts of Bayaz Kumlahara, which can get to 120, 130.
Just think, it'd be a really funny gag if I tried to take Elikul's veil to block myself from the sun, and then he started burning to death.
You know, it'd be a
Nice point, bro. You murdered me.
Aruna, you know what would be a funny gag if we made out, but like we wouldn't. But what if we did?
But as
What
a
if
joke
we
though.
did?
Like as a joke, like what if we kissed right now? But like we wouldn't.
if
But what
we-
if we did?
What if
Oh,
we
no.
kissed on the Bussy Express? But we wouldn't. But what if we did?
We can kiss on the Ebussy.
Like it smells like
Wow.
fish here, but what if we smelled like fish elsewhere? Like what if we didn't? But what if we did?
Okay. I get what you're saying, but where do you think we even start to look for things like that?
Well, they did. We were told by Venta that they set up a teleportation circle in the old church of some kind. So maybe we could go there. We get the teleportation circle anyway. You know what I mean?
That's entirely fair. Also, this is a more I don't remember, Colin, if I asked you or Ito. I asked if there was like a Green Lady shrine on the island, right? Or
Yep,
like
there
a
is.
place of worship.
There's
I know
more
where
than
it
one.
is.
There are several.
Okay. Well, yeah.
But
so-
they're like little Buddhist shrines. There isn't like a huge one or anything. They're just like little.
Okay.
Well, there wasn't until you know the ruins were began.
I
was about to
began
say,
being
there's the
done.
Also
ruins that
There's
I
a-
got sent
I forgot.
from.
There's a big
Yeah.
one now.
But I was just
That we didn't
thinking-
know about till recently.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess me and Alec will go piss around the ruins, and I'll try to find the teleportation circle. Do we have anything on us to show that
Wait.
we're like buddies with Ito? Come to think of it.
Nope.
Nope.
You
Doubt
have
it.
me. You could get me. You could just bring me with you, and then I,
He all
The one they sent
Venta
through the
legitimately
fucking
knows where
thing.
both of those things are.
because I was sent through the
He was-
teleportation circle
Oh, yeah.
to get
let's-
to
Does
Ito.
Venta have an earring?
He was.
Venta
yeah,
does
we,
have an
we-
earring.
We fixed
Everybody,
that. Every
everybody
single
has
person
an earring. It was all
and
paid
Adelaide
for.
has an earring.
Yep, and she does too.
Use the earpiece. Venta, me and Aruna need you to meet us and take us to where that teleportation circle is, so we can get the circle drawn.
Do we,
Sure, let me just leave my parents right quick.
Abandon your family.
do we
I
take...
mean, sure, you could have been lounging around for a while, enjoying the heat, and sort of catch Venta whenever he was heading out with.
Yeah. I didn't mean like
Vento.
in a rush. Just like
Yeah, I mean, like, this of me leaving my parents' house. I'm like, yeah, I'm leaving. I'll be there in a minute.
Do we bring Bruce and Karakwa with us just for shits and giggles, or leave them to their own?
I forget who came with us.
Everyone.
No, into that was there when I made the extension to the deadline. Tommy, do you remember?
Ito was with
I
us.
was.
No, it was Henley.
Oh yeah, Henley was there.
Well, Henley's busy. So
Well, I'd say Ito vaguely knows about it. Henley went with us. I mean, Bruce probably belongs at the monastery with the other monks.
yeah.
I'll be like, Karakwa, get up from the
Mhm.
fucking rock. Are
No,
you gonna go?
it's nice.
Are you gonna go hang out with Reed, or do you want to come with us on a mystical hunt for a Feywild goddess?
He can do whatever he wants to.
I'm
He's a
asking if he wants
he's a
to.
strong,
either of those things.
independent lizard.
Open invites to go look at the church and get the thing done.
I guess would Ito hear that too? He could come too.
There's all sorts of people here, Karakwa. If you don't want to go do that, you can go look around and meet people.
Yeah, I mean,
Ito.
Karakwa can do what he wants. I'm just offering if he wants to come with us.
Ito's probably removed his earring.
Why?
Because he's dumb.
Because he doesn't want to look gay on the Ile de Royha.
It's true.
Gotta
Too late.
get-
No,
Well, it
but
depends on- it depends on
maybe
which
not
church,
remove
though.
it, but he would not be listening to that.
It depends on which year it's in, though.
Alright. Harakwa going once, going twice, going 3 times.
Rockwa on the rock.
Yep.
Sits up really quickly.
Yep.
What is that? What is that? Do you not smell that?
It's fish
He
pies.
quickly.
Is it what the rock
He
is
quickly-
cooking?
Is it the midwife's
he
fish
quickly-
pie?
He quickly gets up, grabs everything in a hurry, throws on his robe very loosely, and starts running off the beach into the city. Goodbye.
Okay.
Alright.
That's fine. It's Adventures of Moon Elf and Bugman.
And Venta.
And Venta.
I'm sorry, I keep
Sonic the
forgetting.
Hedgehog 2
Alright.
and Knuckles.
Oh yeah.
Bruce.
Saw you basking on your rock. We really like your vibe. You want to join us?
What is Bruce doing?
I am just looking through the water. I guess I'll take a spear with me in case I can see any fish, but just diving. Looking for
Just diving,
stuff.
vibing, profiling.
I like it.
It's about to be shucking and jiving.
You find yourself, you know what, we'll start with some sweet fishing. How about that?
Roll that fish table.
Bruce, you find yourself leaping into the water. It's warm, it's clear, you have beautiful sort of sight lines. You can see it's just awash with life. You know, it is... You know, usually cold waters are more nutrient rich. They usually have a little bit more larger life, but the water here is clear, and you can see the fish themselves are attracted to reefs or nearby reefs, and you're able to sort of begin looking around and swimming out to the reef. Finding yourself able to rest on a sandbar that's about 60 feet offshore as the waves crashing around you. You rises up to your waist as you find yourself walking over it, out past the sandbar, into the deepened waters of the ocean itself, harpoon in hand, and you find that you're not the only person out here fishing this way. You can see there's maybe 3 or 4 humans, all sort of dark-skinned and shirtless, in breeches that rise up to about their thighs, that are sort of made of almost like a water-resistant leather that clings tightly to them. They're fishing out there as well, and they seem to be pretty good at it, as they sort of dive down, coming up in moments with a fish that is skewered on the harpoon itself. Many of them have multiple fish, as they, the squirming fish, they just merely push farther down the harpoon and dive back down to actually fish up another of these small fish, and they're almost making like fish kebabs, but they have multiple fish on the same harpoon that they just push down the harpoon and hold in place.
Hell yeah.
If you want
Seems
to,
like
you
it's wonderful,
can
right?
roll on the fishing table.
My God.
The coastal fishing table is give me a D100.
If you roll 100, it's a Megalodon.
I rolled a 99.
God dang.
Nice.
Was that also a Megalodon, Colin?
A 99.
It's a regular Madon.
I give him the portent too.
No.
It's a regular Don.
You can see the fishermen sort of swimming around. The fish skewered on them. You can see there's faint sort of licks of blood that swirls in the water, gradually disappearing as you dive down and you wait. You look around and you see a massive, hulking form just at the edge of your periphery. in the darkness a silhouette that is nearly 100 feet long, a large, wickedly curved fin on its back. As it sort of slowly comes into focus, great gaping jaws filled with lines of teeth, a fish larger than any you've seen before, right in front of you, a great megalodon.
Oh my god.
Sort of slowly moving through the water. Since you're underwater with the harpoon, I'll give you the option if you want to engage this thing or not.
That option seems like I should take it.
That seems like a badass loot. That seems like a badass sword you had to make out of those teeth.
I mean, it'd be badass.
What is the worst
I
that
live?
could happen?
A megalodon.
It could, you know.
Kill him. He could be dead.
Do you have the thing that fighters get where you can examine somebody, see if you can take them?
No, that's
That is not how that ability works, but yes.
Damn.
That's a subclass feature. That's not mine.
Damn it.
But since, like
Can
I said,
I-
since you're not just
can
like
I-
fishing off the dock, you can decide if you want to engage this or not.
I want to stealthily surface and warn the fisherman of this giant, whatever the fuck this thing is, because I've never seen a shark before.
Cody and
Roll-
Connor
I'll
start
say,
having
roll-
flashbacks
Roll a perception check.
of when
Okay.
we almost died.
There ain't no
That's a
fishermen
26.
left. They
Oh no.
Oh,
They've
there-
also
Helpful
seen
guys
it.
on the pier.
They have also seen it, and they have. You can just catch them swimming rapidly back to the sandbar.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
meet
well-
up with him on the sandbar.
Oh,
All right, you also decide not to engage it. I mean,
Somebody's got baby
that's-
nuts.
it's powerful, but I mean, you're here. You've got the strength of an ox in you. I don't know what strength Bruce has, so I don't know. But it's a
21,
it is a
actually.
100-foot
So,
long shark. I'll
mean-
even let you think about it real fast because I do have to go pee. All right,
Check out those throbbing gills.
what is your final decision? Escape back
How
to the
many-
sandbar, or
He's gonna
How
wrestle it
many
and make his wife.
fishermen?
maybe a half
How many
dozen
fishermen?
total
Hmm,
altogether.
I'll be right back. He needs to go out.
Damn it! Want to so fucking bad.
It's just a fish.
it's like the fucking Hulk in Ragnarok. Big monster.
He says that, and then he goes
Exact-
back with 5 fisherman corpses. Be like, I got 5 families I gotta talk to.
But I got a shark though. Oh,
Look at this shark, though.
yeah, I'll fuck off.
I don't think you will.
You're gonna waste that 99? Don't do it, Beaver. Come on, kill it.
I mean, can I take on the?
Yes, you can.
Shh, I mean, you can
Fuck it.
call. He's on the water. You can call out to him.
What's the worst that can happen? That you'll make a third character?
He's like on the shore.
I'll just bring Bruce back. I'll just bring Klaus back.
Please, God. I love Klaus.
Then Klaus will
Alright,
come
I'm gonna find
avenge
the shark.
Bruce. Make some badass shark skin armor. Be awesome.
No, it just
Hell
looks like
yeah.
that. It's just left shark.
Dude, Megalodon armor would be badass.
I'm telling you.
Alright. I'm going to use elemental attunement to pull like a large rock, one that's I guess heavy enough to get stuck in his jaws, and I'll just hold it steady.
What are you,
And I'm gonna
a
fucking-
fucking Hanna-Barbera character?
Yes.
You make
Yes.
Karakwa sees it and claims it as his own.
My son.
Oh no.
New
my
basking
son.
spot.
So you're going for it.
Oh fuck yeah, dude!
Alright, finally.
I'm
Our
gonna have
mama
my,
living
I'm gonna have my big
legendary.
rock ready. I'm gonna have my big rock ready, and I'm gonna throw jab.
All right. We will briefly pause for me to get a Megalodon asset. All right. As it swims close to you, you throw the harpoon at it, dealing a max of it's a D6, so it's a max of 6 plus strength, or I guess, plus strength.
So 11.
All right, 11 points of damage. Pretty good damage. But more importantly, it buries itself into its hide just above its fin, as it immediately reacts, thrashing about. Give me an athletics check.
$29.
It tries to swim away as best as it can, but you are able to hold on tight, wrenching it in closer to you as it begins furiously moving around. As you wrench it in about 20 feet. Alright.
I'm gonna try to move closer to the sandbar.
Yeah. It is going... What is the Megalon gonna do?
Eat him. Destroy him.
It is going to whip around and attack you. 25, 30. So you're in range. And it is going to open its great maw and bite at you. Its first bite is only going to be an 18.
Bruce's AC is 17.
Alright.
Yeah.
Anybody else hear chomping noises? What's going on?
Donna.
Donna.
You take 18 points of damage.
It could be worse. It could have been 19 or 20 points of damage.
Right. It
Yeah, look on the
is...
bright side, you're not dead yet.
Alright. And it is going to... as it wraps you up in its mouth, it is going... Well, you're currently swallowed.
Do I still have that rock?
The rock blessed by Karak was back.
That he did say that he was holding before he started fighting.
You're currently grappled. That's what it is.
Horrifying.
But you've got anything you would have had with you. But that is all it's going to do, is wrap its jaws around you and bite you and sort of pull you into its mouth.
Do the Kratos thing, where you hold his
Go
jaws
ahead.
with
I'm
your whole
sorry,
body.
you're gonna have
You're
to
the-
be more specific.
When he fights the dragon.
Only person here.
So I'm going to try and make like an ice pillar underwater in his mouth and try and pry it open.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Okay. What is
It'd be
your
strong, but if it disemboweled, it don't
what is your
matter.
spell save DC? Your monk save DC should be Wisdom plus Proficiency plus.
Hang on.
I think it's 8 plus wisdom plus proficiency. It's
Well,
your
that
key
would
save
be-
DC.
That would be 15 then.
All right. It'll make an athletics check against your. All right. You managed to form a pillar of ice in its mouth as it pries it open. As it sort of closes its mouth, the ice begins to splinter, but it does hold in place enough that you are able to escape the grapple.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the shark's hole. Thank you, Caracal.
You're welcome.
Ah, fuck, Cody beat me to it.
Shark tits. Ooh ha ha.
Oh god.
Right? Mommy.
Aw, he's dancing with the shark.
But you did break its grapple.
Alright, I'm gonna try and swim closer to shore.
That's somehow worse.
Aw.
Lou, I'll give you a point for effort.
Anything else?
Let's see if I got any bonus actions.
How about spinning? That's a good trick.
Actually, I'll key point at. Wait, hang on. Can you do that? Yeah, step of the wind. So I'll use a key point to double my movement. You know, fuck off. Thank God I have a swim speed, otherwise this would not work.
Alright, make an athletics check.
Ooh. 16.
It turns and it wrenches itself to the side, swimming hard out to the depths, not sort of trying to avoid being pulled in. Going to move half its movement speed since you're still grappling it. 25. As it sort of yanks away, the freaking rope in your hand almost yanking you forward, as he's able to pretty easily turn and begin rushing away. As you can see, the harpoon begins to yank itself out of the back of it. It just sort of slips away from the fin as it got a 25 for its athletics check.
Please.
But it has not been completely yanked out yet. As it goes, he used his action to try to break the or the harpoon and succeeded at one of its one. Okay, it goes to you.
I'm gonna try and yank him.
All right.
Actually, yeah, I'll yank him.
Okay.
17.
It got a 23.
Fuck.
It is unfortunately you do not manage to yank it any closer as it continues thrashing around. The harpoon coming loose from its back there's a big large pool of blood. So that is 2 failures on the fishing athletics check. It is broken free of the harpoon as it sort of slides down to the ground. However, it does not immediately turn and go away. It is going to...
I knew that one was coming.
immediately
Bravo, Tommy.
charge at you, but it will have to move its full movement speed to get to you. As it goes to you, Bruce. Unfortunately, your tether is gone. He has managed to yank it free.
How far away from the shore am I?
The sand.
Or
You're
at least that sandbar?
about 40 feet from the sandbar, and from the sandbar is 60 feet from the shore.
I just want to state that the great white shark from Finding Nemo's name was also Bruce.
This is true.
The great
Lou
white
with the
shark
confirmation.
in Jaws is also named Bruce.
Was it really?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Wasn't-
that's why his name was Bruce Connor.
I was about
I
to say,
didn't-
yeah, I
I
thought
didn't know that.
Nemo's
The
Bruce was
Great White
named
Shark
after
and
Jaws.
Jaws was a female.
What
yeah,
is
I thought,
They
I
called
thought it
them.
was a
They
female.
called
what
them.
is
They called the
Bruce
machine
doing?
Bruce.
Yes.
I'm going to. Fuck it, I'll spend another key point to just get up to the sandbar. I'll take the opportunity attack if I'm in range.
It will try to make a bite at you. That's gonna be a 30 versus armor class.
Oh,
4.
do I need to tell you if that hits or not?
Wow, that is almost the max it could roll for its damage. You take. Let me double check. Megalodon. You take 32 points of piercing damage. And unfortunately,
Ow.
you are grappled.
Yes. Get pulled to the bottom of the ocean. Diamond.
I can't wait for us to not even notice that Bruce is missing.
Bruce, make him stub his toe on a rock and use that advantage to punch him in the face.
This is Bruce's first day with an earring, so he hasn't quite figured out how to.
He's underwater. He can't even talk into it.
Fucking reception. Can you hear me now?
Alright, but yeah, it bit you as you tried to get away. And you did a shit ton of damage, and now you are in its jaws as it goes immediately to its turn.
Yay!
It is gonna try to swallow you, or it's gonna use its swallow action. So you take.
Yeah. Swallow him.
Yeah, swallow.
I'm gonna try and wrestle against him. Fuck.
I mean, on the bright side, you get a blowjob from a megalodon.
You take 12 points of acid damage,
I like that. That's the bright side.
and it is going to. Drag you out farther out to sea. But that is all it's going to do. Also you move farther down its gullet, essentially. And it goes to your turn.
Running
You're
out of ideas.
you are completely in the throat of this megalodon.
Okay, I've got an idea. Can I wrestle my way to his throat enough to just see outside of its mouth?
What's in here,
I mean,
Jonah?
Sure, you can try to fight your way out of its mouth.
Or at least out of its gullet.
Yeah, make an athletics check. Alright.
21.
You are able to sort of climb your way at least to the front of its mouth to see out of it.
Alright, I'm gonna use the bonus action to manifest my echo outside of the water and try and get it to the surface of the water. And then I'm gonna use half my movement to teleport.
Clever.
Alright. You use that, you manage to, like I said, it's not wildly crazy deep here. You are able to see up to the surface and manifest your echo up to it. And you, all that together, that is, it was an action just to climb away from its gullet, essentially. So
Yeah,
you're-
and then a bonus action to do the manifest and a half movement to swap. And I'll
Alright,
use the rest of my movement to try and get close to shore.
alright. You
Gonna
swap
abandon
away.
is not right like that.
As it clomps down on basically echo and shadow as its mouth closes. You can see wisps of smoke sort of rising from the megalodon's mouth as you swim up to the surface. The megalodon itself does not seem interested in engaging with you. It is going to turn and start and sort of swim back into the depths.
Alright, I'm gonna let it fuck off.
Probably a wise choice at the end of the day. It decides to turn and swim back into the deep water away from the sandbar. As you find yourself Bruce, I mean, you're hurt pretty bad, honestly.
I am under 50%.
And the Megalodon fucks off. But we've learned a very valuable lesson about Megalodons today.
Bunch of
What
them.
did we learn today, class?
They're fun to fight.
That
I
was
think we learned that Bruce is a coward, and he should.
Henley smells a trophy.
You should have manifested
Bruce
your
is
echo
alive.
down its gullet.
You
and
managed
ripped
to
its
make
heart
your
out.
way back to the sandbar. The silhouette of the Megalodons fading back into the depths. The type of thing that would be
We'll never see
an
another one.
incredible trophy, but one that you really could not face on your own unless you were a significantly higher level.
I'm a big fan of the cutaway of Bruce just sitting on the water looking at the ocean. Everybody else has gone their separate ways, and he just sees this giant fin, and he's like, guys, no, come back!
big monster.
Several of the fishermen sort of rush to you, say, "Bro, are you okay?"
Bruh.
Bro.
That was fun. Would not recommend it though.
Yo, you're bleeding, man.
Anybody know where I can find some bandages?
Some weed.
Yo, we gotta get you to shore. Yo, as one of them motions to your chest, says, "Bro, there's a tooth in there." As they motion towards a massive, jagged tooth that's sticking out of your chest.
got the tooth.
As says one of them says, "Pull it out." No, don't pull it out. He's gonna bleed to death, man. Nah, man, pull it out, man. As they sort of start arguing with each other to whether they should pull it out right now or not, and just ignore you. Nah, bruh, pull it out. Don't pull it out, man. He's gonna bleed to death.
I'm gonna put a hand on their shoulders. I'm just gonna like, well, gentlemen, it's been fun. It's been nice and fun. I'll see you on. And I'll start swimming with that thing just like sticking out of my stomach.
If I die, I die.
Oh shit, right. Sorry about that, man. As they sort of grab your arms and help you swim to shore.
I love how Colin's surfer dude voice is kind of British.
Bruh. Yo, that was
Oh,
pretty
bro, he's
impressive.
finna bleed to death.
That was pretty impressive, though, dude. Like, anybody knows that the Megalodon's not something to fuck around with, so, big props to you.
Oh, I've never seen that thing before in my life. What the fuck was that?
It's a Megalodon, man. It's a giant shark, bruh.
Has Bruce always been Australian or just
The
now?
fuck? The fuck
He's
is a
supposed to
shark?
be,
I don't know how to do an Australian voice.
It's so good!
Look,
Tom
here,
Hardy
it's
in-
the problem. It's the problem with my
in-
Cockney accent is it devolves too easily. And that's
You
why I can't do an
Call
Australian
that
accent
you
either.
call that a knife? I come from a land
It's-
down
it's
under.
not.
You want some shrimp on the barbie?
Yeah, they bleed together too well.
That
And they
dingo ate
become
my
this
baby.
amalgamous mess.
You know, that's a true story. Lady lost a kid.
It's true.
Jesus. You're lucky that it wasn't a stingray. That thing would have insta-killed you.
Oh,
They
yes.
do-
Got it.
They
It's got
manage.
advantage.
They do manage to get you to shore, where you're still sort of bleeding out. There's a massive tooth, the size of easily the size, probably larger than your fist, that is buried in your chest. As they sort of scramble around, wondering what to do. But they don't have to wait for very long, really, as they sort of say, "Bruh, is there any doctors or like in the house, man?"
Can't.
As they sort of look to and fro, but you will find that you feel a gentle, if gaunt, hand on your chest. As you actually look up to see one of the people that was handing out food from the table, the one that had the serpent mask on, sort of stands over you, and with its hand on your chest, sort of. It's from behind the mask. You hear a voice that says, "Trust me. Gonna hurt."
Can't afford not to right now.
Right. He, in one surprisingly swift motion, reaches down and yanks the tooth out of your chest, and blood begins to pour profusely from it. But it almost immediately begins to knit closed as he closes his eye and heals you for...
HP.
It is a 12. He heals you for 10 points of damage. Enough to at least stabilize the bleeding in the wound. If not, you know, it doesn't heal you fully, but it does get the stops you from bleeding out anymore. Hell of a souvenir. As he holds the massive tooth in his hand. What are you, an idiot?
Yeah.
I ain't from around here. So that was obvious.
I'm not dumb. I'm just foreign.
Is there a difference?
I mean, think of how many Asians
Wow.
die in fucking Australia.
You know, if you didn't have someone else here to heal you, you might have bled out on the damn beach.
I've got allies on the island. That'd be
It's-
fine.
Considering the way things are here, I wouldn't be surprised if the damn locals turned you into some sort of burger. Think before you do things.
For the vine.
Do it for the vine.
Oh, my
Yeah.
beer.
Oh,
And
Good.
but he does sort of reach out his hand and helps pull you to your feet as the fishers are like, "Bruh, you're alive. We thought you were like gonna die."
bro, you're alive.
He's not gonna fucking die.
But I am gonna drink.
Huh.
Bro, you want to
No,
come
but,
back to my fiesta? I've got some peyote.
I believe I owe you one as well.
Yeah, well, he says, he kind of sort of shakes his head. Nah, I don't drink. I don't need these other monks pushing their fucking poison on me. I live a clean lifestyle. I keep my body in tip-top physical shape.
Now that's someone Reed can get.
He's a fucking square.
Reed, you know all about that. You will learn nothing from that man.
That's
Look.
damn.
See,
That's actually kind of profound, Max. I'm not gonna lie.
Bruce's body is his temple, but Bruce's temple is like one of those ones in Cambodia where the monkeys shit all over the floor.
It's a temple of doom!
Hmm.
Look, if you want to drink, fine. I can show you somewhere to have a drink. But it's not gonna do you any fucking good.
He's gonna take you down an alley and sniff his blood.
Beaver, I just want you to know that that's the best analogy I've ever heard.
I myself am here on a
What is?
diplomatic mission of sorts. Lord knows I didn't necessarily want to do it.
Beaver
But
said that
here
his
I
body
am.
was like a... Sorry. Beaver said his body was like a temple, but it was one of those in Cambodia where the monkeys shit on the floor.
It's true.
It's real good.
I myself
So
am
they
a...
stole that from a comedian I don't remember.
The left door doesn't open.
I myself am a monk of considerable skill. Finding my way a long way from home amongst what I hoped would be my peers, but turned out to be a bunch of drunks. As far as I'm concerned.
What monastery you can hail from?
He sort of looks at you and says, "So you know about the monasteries, huh?"
Of course. From the,
I think you
oh,
just
shit,
got
hang on,
called
what?
a noob.
Oh, of course. I mean, Bruce is totally a fucking noob. He just took on a fucking shark! What kind of noob shit is that? What do I call these guys? Opaline sparrows, I think it was, right?
The opaline
Yeah.
sparrows. Beaver, we've had an alliteration thing going for like a year. If you could please get with the program, that'd be real cool.
I don't know. I think it's pretty cool.
It's not alliterative.
Is there a sapphire?
I was kidding.
Sapphire sparrow?
Alright, then you
No.
Well,
Opaline.
fuck
I
you.
think we already had a sapphire. Opaline sparrows is sick.
It was the sapphire horse.
Oh, that doesn't
Yeah.
work then. So fuck the alliteration.
Call
No,
my
there's
mom?
no. There's only like 2 alliterative ones.
I
I'm
myself was
actually,
part of. I
Thought.
was a part of the Ruby Serpents before it got torn apart, scattered to the winds.
I'd heard about that. Nasty business.
Not much of a home to go to now. Spread our ranks out to help, right? I end up with a bunch of fucking overweight drunks.
Well, you're also where the help is most needed right now, with all the refugees.
Yeah, I guess. But he says, if you're looking for a drink, they're as good a place as any. Just gotta realize, I mean, he leans in close. Just remember, when you see their fucking feet, those feet were fucking stomping grapes, so you might not want to be interested in drinking their damn wine.
Oh.
Headish.
I mean, it's true. All the
And
monks here have.
I'll even do that in character. Oh.
All the monks here have purple feet.
Well,
I'll stick with ale. Thank you.
it'd be nice to have someone else around that's probably... Don't worry about it. Come on. Pick yourself up. Just wipe yourself off. Like I said, there's a lesson here. And he sort of hands you the tooth. Remember, hold on to this to remind you about doing stupid shit.
Fair.
So cool though. Punch people with it.
If anything, will enable me to do more stupid shit. The way God intended.
You can make it into a punch dagger.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Whatever. Come on, let's go get a drink.
That's a monk weapon.
Tea for me, whatever the hell you want for you. But he turns and he starts walking through, away from you. He himself is going to take you to the Topaz Tortoise Monastery, where he is currently staying. Almost like a... I guess you could call him almost like a foreign exchange fellow. The Ruby Serpent Monastery was the one that ended up kind of torn apart. You've met one before.
Yeah, that was the Onyx Serpents that fucked them up, wasn't it?
Yes. But they've been kind of scattered to the wind, and one has found himself in this particular monastery, doing what he can to aid the refugees in the monastery itself. But he does not seem to be very happy about it. He thinks the Topaz Tortoises are a bunch of drunks. A bunch of fat fucking drunks, as far as he's concerned. But he's gonna take you to him. And you have, while you didn't get the Megalodon itself, you did get the Megalodon's tooth. So you don't come away completely empty-handed.
Yee.
I don't like that gift, Tommy.
Now, let's see.
That is impressive.
How many key points does it take to do that?
To do what?
Less
What
than
a
this.
His healing hands bullshit.
That's what you have to. That's what you get when you hit level 20 monk.
He can spend a key point to do his martial outside plus wisdom.
Colin thought we were actually being serious and talking about the game.
The fool.
The fool.
Or he can, whenever he does his flurry of blows, he can replace an unarmed strike with that feature.
Oh my god, he can heal back the damage he did and then do it again.
It's true,
Dick.
because it does have to be in touch range.
Oh, he's that cool monk. Yeah, Way of Mercy.
He's one of the Way of Mercy monks. You've met one before at the Emerald Mantis Monastery. You found out that their monastery had been infiltrated and basically torn apart by the Onyx Serpents.
And like it's dissolved, right? It don't exist anymore.
It does not exist anymore at this point. Black Everfrost invasion being weakened by the monastery, they have chosen instead to disseminate the monks out into the population, with some of the monks going out into the actual other monasteries to help out. There are now Way of Mercy monks that are helping currently on the front with Adelindra, so they've been spread out all over the place. A fate that awaits all the monasteries if the Everfrost King catches up to them, essentially. But, Karakwa, you headed back into town. You smelt
he's not
something.
Karakwa is not here.
Well,
Yeah.
he smelt ass and thought, I'm gonna eat that.
I'll call him if you want me to.
No, fuck him.
Damn.
He basically cost Bruce the chance to kill the Megalodon, because he might have had a chance otherwise.
Right?
Tell
What a
Cody
bitch.
To come the fuck back.
I love that Tommy just messages
Alright.
around. He's probably shitting, Tommy.
God, how did this turn into a fucking talking shopping episode? It was just
No,
supposed
fuck
to
you,
go into
it's
the
great.
fucking Ile de Royhan and
It's
talking
great.
to Ito's family.
This is perfect. No, I want to do my family next week. This is perfect.
Well, no, you might. I mean, we'll get to your family eventually.
I mean, it's already 7:15.
It's only 7:15. If you want, we'll
I'm gonna
start.
grab some coffee.
We'll start with Aruna then.
Oh,
Alakul,
Alec Cole here.
Venta. Doesn't matter. You head towards the ruins themselves. It's at this.
I am here. I
I-
just was muted because
It's actually getting pretty dark at this point, as Venta left his family's tavern late in the afternoon. That being said, there are still. It's actually a little bit easier to find it whenever it's getting dark, because as beneath the canopies of the trees there is light that comes from it, torchlight. As after the recent discovery of its importance, it's been lit up. You can see there are people that are working on it to sort of clear away debris, foliage, to hopefully, I mean, they're not restoring it to its former glory, but to reveal the extent of it. You can see it sits at the base of the mountain itself. It had largely been overgrown, but they had, the ruins themselves had have largely been cleared away at this point, and you can see there's rough stonework, the clear outline, the foundation of a building roughly 20 feet across by 40 feet long. Sort of probably at one point well-worked stone, even if it was just a bit plain on the flooring. An altar that is the actual teleportation circle itself, rising up off the ground. It looks like there was probably steps leading up to it at one point, but it's almost become a ramp now. As you can see, pieces of it have been rounded and worn away, and there's still dust and debris and dirt in it. There are stony arches rising up maybe 10 feet in the air, and then, or at least the walls rise up 10 feet and the arches rise up to maybe 20 or 25 feet, but they've long since collapsed. You can see the remnants of them sitting about, covered in moss and dirt. It was not a grand... This was not a grand cathedral, you know? This was not some incredible, monumental piece of Gothic architecture. This was a very simple chapel that has fallen to disarray. But it's being meticulously cleared at this point. You can see the teleportation circle itself does still faintly glow from magics. Venta,
I look at Aruna like this is straight up disrespectful.
Vento.
you find yourself, it's familiar to you, not just because you teleported here, from your dream as well. It sort of hits you once again. You see where you sat, where you first met this woman in these ruins. Now you can see there are people rushing to and fro, sort of clearing the ruins themselves, dusting the dirt and sand away from the foundation. etc., etc. There's it looks like a whole team of acolytes, all clad in sort of iridescent green robes with the symbol of the Green Lady on them.
Oh boy. Shit. I missed what Alakul said. If you'd like to repeat that next.
I said
So
that was
disrespectful.
It's incredible. This is incredibly disrespectful.
To what though? Just
To the
teleportation
goddess.
circle? Oh, the shrine.
The fact that it fell into disarray, as a religious person, I would find it disrespectful.
Well, I mean, between you and me with the whole situation, maybe it
Well.
was forgotten for a reason. And I look at Venta, who is currently cursed because of the Green Lady.
Well,
Anyway, not that the both of you are stupid, but I wouldn't touch anything without checking it pretty thoroughly.
Yeah,
I don't intend
kinda
on
guessed
touching
that.
much. I guess while you do the circle, I imagine that takes a while, right, Colin?
The circle itself? I mean, the circle itself is already done. It's...
No, I mean like for him to copy it down.
Oh, it might take a little while, yeah. Maybe
Okay.
half an hour or so.
Well, while you do work on the circle, Aruna, I'm gonna take a look around and see if I see anything. And Colin, I guess I'm just gonna wander the temple. If you want to roll a perception check for me, since I'm outside with the dog.
Oh yeah. So also a point of note for Alakul, maybe Venta's curse is reactive to her. So if there's traces of her or something around, maybe it's good that he comes too. He might be
Yeah,
able to pick
yeah.
up on something.
Alright, 30 on perception for Alec Cool.
Hell yeah.
I wonder if he sees fucking Bruce crawling in water, like half bleeding to death.
From the temple? God, I hope so.
Everything is run down and sort of in disarray, but you can see they've done a pretty good job clearing it. Like I said, the walls have long since collapsed, the arches have fallen away. You can see evidence of them in the nearby landscapes. But it looks like there has been a almost they look like figures. At some point, perhaps statues. Now, their features having been dulled and rubbed away by the sands of time, the environment itself, wind and rain and the like. You can make out their form. You can clearly see what appears to be two figures. One clearly male, one clearly female. Their hands clutched, bound together, each one having their right hand clasped in the other right hand. But, like I said, the actual features have been worn away. It sits close to the teleportation circle, half buried in basically loam and sort of undergrowth. But it's largely been, at least the top half of it has been cleared away. You can actually see a single person sort of dusting away dirt and sand from it.
I asked the person, what do you think that means? So I, like, walk up beside them.
Holy shit, what the hell are you? Like the Grim Reaper?
Every single time.
Every single time. So good.
I'm a Thrycreen. I'm here with,
Oh, yeah, we've heard of those. The occasional
yeah.
one from Bayaz, but...
He looks at the other guy. He looks at the other guy. What the hell's a Thrycreen?
most of the time they don't wear the, the things.
well, you know,
I'm
it's...
sorry, the what?
The robes and the veils and... They
I
usually,
I thought he was gesturing at the mandibles. I'm like, do they just hide them?
they usually have just a harness, but,
It's a long story. It just... I'm something of a religious person myself, and I heard that this had recently been discovered, so me and my friend there, whose point to Aruna and Venta.
Oh,
They're,
it's terribly exciting, isn't it? As they sort
it
of
really is.
they motion. See, this is real confirmation, I guess you could say, as they sort of motion the joining right there to where their right hands have joined. A traditional joining ceremony, a marriage, I guess you could say.
And is
Brace
that
themselves,
is-
this is about to get weird.
is the male figure, is that a lord or something from the area, or some
Well,
other religious figure? I've only heard tell of the Green Lady.
We've always believed that the lords were descended from the Green Lady, and now this must be they joined with the Green Lady, and it proves it as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, yeah. Do you know where the oldest part of the temple is, or?
Well, the oldest part was the altar, right here. As he motions, he looks at it. I think that there was at one time this statue sitting on this altar, but it was toppled over. Roll an investigation check.
That would be you rolling for me. I'm still outside.
Let's see what Alec Cool's investigation is. Or I guess maybe Aruna's there. She could roll an investigation check.
Hell yeah, skip the circle thing. That's what I like. Natural 1, but that's still 12.
We can make it a 2.
It'd be one better.
Well,
mean-
still above average. So.
I mean, I guess Venta.
I
guess Venta
wouldn't
could
I
roll
be
an
helping?
investigation check.
Oh yeah, I get advantage because Helical's helping. Thanks, Colin.
I mean, you already rolled. You would get the fucking 22. You don't
Oh,
get to
sorry.
roll again.
You fucking swine.
I will take that. Thank you.
Well-
it's what you rolled.
While he's over there talking, and you're sort of, like I said, it doesn't take
Oh,
your
okay.
pure 100% of your concentration to jot this stuff down. You just kind of have to sit here and work on it for a while. As they're talking about how this was probably part of the altar, likely it's too far from the altar. It's almost like it was tossed aside from the altar, because it's a solid 20 feet away, out, sort of buried almost in the side of the mountain, as if it was just thrown to the side.
the statue is.
The statue is.
Do you think someone threw it? I don't think that would have just fallen.
He looks at it.
Not that
"Oh,
far away.
Who the hell could throw a statue like this? It's gotta be nearly a ton.
I go to like try and lift it a little bit. Can I get like a gauge of about how heavy it is?
Several hundred pounds.
So like we're talking like level 20 barbarian throwing it.
Yeah, it would have to be wildly powerful to do it, or
Well-
magically powerful to do it.
So high strength somebody or another. Okay.
I have
You
max
know,
strength.
when we're hey Venta, come and give this a little tug.
Oh, okay.
It's not standing up, is it?
No,
It's, like,
it's
fallen
like
over?
weirdly sort of catacorder, buried in the ground, fallen over. They've exposed the top part of it, but they haven't exposed the bottom part of it. It's larger than life size, probably maybe 10 feet tall.
Well, if Venta, if you want to try giving it a tug, I'll try and help. I'm not very strong, but you
Hold
know,
on.
I can help you.
Man, if only Honey was there, that's a shame.
I could just burn a spell slot.
On this day, everyone forgot they had earrings.
Damn. Okay.
I mean,
We're
I'm
doing
out
Henry,
shopping.
things all at the
he's
same time.
shopping.
What is that? Athletics?
Yeah, give me an athletics check. You've got
Oh, I
advantage.
put it.
Oh.
Not
I got 13.
not
Not great.
able to budget.
Well, I do use the earpiece. I'm like, hey, Henley, when you get a chance, we could use you over here at this church.
But you're able to get a gauge of its weight.
Roger Dodger.
A ton is apt.
Roger Dodger.
It's got to be at
Ah.
least 1,000 pounds of stone.
A lot of stone.
Nice.
Hey, once I'm done doing this, I can probably just move it myself. But if we think
Okay.
there's a reason to move it back,
I mean,
you got a strong boy. You can
it's still buried, so there's got to be more underneath. I'm curious, as you know, to
Oh,
know
I-
what it says. So
I got a couple ideas. So
okay.
Right. But there's that's sort of what you work on. You find this statue. You find teleportation circle.
okay.
Meanwhile,
Oh shit.
all right. You find yourself, Henley, at the whims of the Holy Emperor Adelaide von Richten, who has fully thrown herself into finding you both fashionable and functional clothing for this relatively hot climate. As she has marched you now through 3 stores, unsatisfied with the selections of each, saying, "Ugh, it doesn't have the right color for your skin, or it doesn't have the right cut for your build, and things like that. Eventually she does arrive at a store.
Visibly confused but interested.
She does arrive at a store that at least has her satisfied. It looks like it's a very large store. It has like glass front windows with mannequins in the front, and they have well-tailored clothing on them. Fashionable and, to your eyes, a little bit garish. The Ildoroi Han's clothing is a lot more colorful than the clothing up in the Coldwood. Beautiful sort of saffrons and pinks and sort of purples and periwinkle blues and the like. Sort of clothing that is made of fine, like, silks and chiffon and the like. All sort of light and flowing, as she leads you to what, finally having arrived at what appears to be the largest and probably most expensive clothing shop in the town of Virides, the Boudoir. It is run by a very, very, well,
That sounds like a place that wouldn't even let me in.
it is a gnome that, let's just say, is a little bit flamboyant, as he excitedly, he has his hair that has been dyed a wild sort of white color, and cut into a very, to your eyes, it's an unusual cut. Sort of spiked slightly at the top, shaved on the sides. The clothing he wears, beautifully garish checkerboard silk, of purple and black, as he rushes up to you saying, "Oh, honey, come on in.
Excellent.
Welcome to the
Uh,
boudoir.
Hello?
This place has to be really good. Otherwise, I'm going to fucking burn this town to the ground and make sure it never happens."
I mean, if you do that, it's a hate crime.
It's not a hate crime when you're the Emperor.
Oh my god. What are
Haven't
you
seen
wearing?
Lethal Weapon 2?
As he goes to you, Henley, and sort of
Boar fur?
fashionable, but outdated. But it'll come back around. Don't you get rid of that, sweetheart.
I don't even know what that means.
Yes.
What is this color palette? Have you ever heard of blue? Pink? Purple? Orange? You've heard of orange, right? There's so much brown.
That's the color animal fur is.
Oh.
Hmm.
We don't call them animal furs here. We call them organic tapestries.
Mm.
Okay, this is the color of organic tapestry.
Quite.
Why are all of Colin's best characters gay?
Now, listen to
Uh,
me.
He's gay.
well-
He's just flamboyant.
I don't want you to sweat. I don't want you to worry. Sit down. I'm gonna have you taken care of. The boudoir can answer any call, even the most dire. I'm gonna need you to... There's a fireplace over there. Some of these
kinda
can be
give
burned.
What needs to be burned?
At least those pants.
No.
Hey, I spent a lot of time photoshopping those pants onto his fucking mini. No.
I mean, onto the picture, yeah, he did.
Well, at least take
I
them
wanna keep
off
them.
so I can't see them anymore because it is hurting my soul. We'll
Do you
get
want
you.
me to? Do you want me to strip down in here?
Oh, sweetheart,
yes.
whatever
Yes,
you've
yes.
got, I've seen worse. And probably
All right,
nicer as well.
I guess I just stripped down.
Are you
Oh no,
sure?
you're giving Adelaide. Oh no, an opening.
Adelaide sort of says, I like
Adelaide's
it.
like, whose horse is that?
All right, Rick. We need to describe every single like crease in your pecs.
No,
You
that's
need the
every
absurd
single vein in
detail.
his shaft.
Oh no, I'm cut.
That's true. Don't you have like a strength of 19 or something?
I have a strength of 20.
Yeah, good, good.
Adelaide says, do I need to strip down as well? As he says, oh no, honey, I can tell you.
Well, she's not asking that. Their clothes are just coming off. Let's be real.
She does start to strip down. I mean, you don't have to, honey. Your clothes are fine. He looks like a
doesn't need
fucking-
baggies and all the eye candy.
I
Rick,
mean,
I just see Adelaide like, that's not the point.
have you ever?
There's an
s-
opportunity here. You
He
can
looks
become
like a-
God Emperor of the Hunt.
He looks like a, I don't know, like a deer fell off 100-foot cliff or something.
Oh,
I mean, I
Not
don't
sure
mean
if that's a compliment. Deers are
that's
very
a comment.
majestic.
That's a comment. Holy
I don't
shit.
mean no any offense by that, but phew, she's got nice clothes on. You've got, I wouldn't even call them clothes. Period.
My mom wears deer pelts.
Oh, no. After today, I'll give you something nice to take home to your mom. How about that?
Hmm.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily. I won't see her for a long time.
Well,
But thank you.
if I was her, I wouldn't want to see you and all of that. But that's okay. We're gonna get you taken care of.
Wow, you do you have to be mean when you're fashionable?
Oh, honey, fashion is a cutthroat world. If you're nice, you're just gonna get run over.
Have you not seen Mean Girls?
Now,
No,
You haven't seen Mean Girls?
no, I've seen
No.
Mean Girls. Henley hasn't seen Mean Girls.
Henley has. Henley.
Henley made.
What
Henley never drops character.
what sort of?
He's like, do you mean
For the
Adelaide?
DVD commentary.
What sort of season are
Do
we?
you mean Adelaide?
What sort of season are we thinking? Are we thinking
Well,
like
I grew
a-
up where it's always winter,
I
except
can-
for when it's cold fall.
I can tell by your chapped skin. But your tones are a very winter color. What do you think? As Adelaide sort of nods her head. It would be nice to have him something in a little bit more vibrant than like black and brown. I was thinking perhaps maybe a pastel. Oh no, honey, no pastels on him. Ugh, his skin is already pasty enough.
Damn.
But he says we're wanting something vibrant and exciting. How about a raspberry?
Like the fruit?
I mean, like the raspberry. A little bit of raspberry. Perhaps a shade of lobelia mixed with some charcoal.
I don't think that's a real word.
How's that sound to you?
If you think it'll work.
Think.
Damn.
Okay, I trust you.
You better, honey.
The
All right.
confidence.
as he goes around, going throughout the entirety of the boudoir, sort of pulling down all sorts of clothes, shirts and breeches, bracers, like pulling down different fabrics, as he sort of tosses them at you, sort of motioning for you. Well, put them on. We gotta see how they fit. As he sort of motions for you to put them on. As you can see Adelaide actually stands up next to him, sort of her arms crossed, nodding her head. Well, you were right about that. Pale pink would not work so very good on his skin. It would make him look like he's blushing all the time. He doesn't seem like the embarrassed sort. Especially not with a body like that. He's got nothing to be embarrassed about.
Thank you? Is that the first actual compliment I've gotten this whole time?
I'm pretty sure this entire trip has been to have Adelaide see you strip.
Okay, well, I put on the clothes, Colin.
Alright, he gives you clothes that are largely, they're almost like, he gives you like a purple vest, but not like bright, vibrant purple, it's like a muted purple. Charcoal pants, that have what appear to be the same sort of purple stripes running up and down them, and a sort of raspberry red button-up undershirt.
Does it match my cloak?
Yes.
That I have to wear?
Black
Okay.
goes with everything. He even says that.
true.
Black goes with everything, honey. Don't worry. But you look more like a gentleman, like a dapper gentleman, instead of like a hunter. But the clothes themselves are top quality. They're airy. Sort of, they breathe well. He is, while he might be a little bit rude, he is a very good craftsman. As he even starts sort of trying on hats with you, he's sort of shaking his head. No. Hat's not gonna work right. It almost looks like almost like a three-piece suit that is a mixture of it's not pale purple, but it's a muted purple, charcoal, and raspberry red. I think you look very dapper, especially suiting for to be in the presence of the Holy Emperor. What did you just say?
What?
This bitch is gonna get me killed.
I
Again.
meant to be in the presence of the Lord of the Ile de Royahan.
Good, yes, that's much better.
Who has been in the presence of the Holy Emperor. A long time ago, probably not recently. But you look good, that's what I'm trying to say. Although, we might, if you're not comfortable with this purple, we could maybe get rid of it for like a navy? If that would be more suitable to you. As the man sort of nods his head, navy would look good. It does, like I said, go into this winter color scheme that you were talking about.
I can't look at Adelaide. Do I look good?
I think you look very good. Absolutely dashing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but I want Adelaide's rinse, not yours, please.
The demigod of the
Is that-
hunt.
Adelaide
Holy
says,
Empire.
Adelaide says, you look, like
That's
I
what I'm
said,
saying.
absolutely dashing. A stark contrast from the wilds of the Coldwood.
Do you think I can kill a god in this?
I need something that says functional but could kill a god.
I mean, I think you're slaying it right now, so...
Oh,
That's what I'm going for. Slaying. Yes.
You can always
All right, Colin, you can officially retire. Thank you.
you can always change pants if it comes to that, I suppose.
Colin, you can retire.
honey,
That
you
was
look
beautiful.
fabulous.
Thank you.
Now, do you just want one of these outfits? Because I could do this all day.
I kind of look at Adelaide and like,
Henley looks at Adelaide and says, "Why would I need more than one outfit?
yeah, basically.
She says,
What's a wardrobe?"
I don't want to overwhelm you. I think we start with passable for society and move upwards.
You think I should get a haircut too while we're at it?
I've got a bowl!
No, thank you.
I'm joking, honey. We're
I
gonna
don't
get
know what that means.
I mean, I shave with a knife, so like,
a haircut would not do you wrong.
alright, let's go get a haircut too.
Ooh, I myself could use a bit of a haircut. This length is getting untenable as far as I'm concerned, especially with all the training that Master Underbow is making me go through. We will take the clothes. How much will that be? I says, as he's doing this, he's moving around you, Henley, with a tape measure. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to let the vest out a little bit, but, oh, you don't have to worry about that. It's gonna be a work of a few moments. These are the finest quality clothes that you're gonna find in the Ile de Royhan. I don't mean to brag, but I've provided clothes to the Lord's family. All things together, this ensemble is gonna be maybe 8 gold pieces, considering the fine silks. But Adelaide just kind of throws her the purse that she won from playing dice. That should cover it. Haircuts and... she looks at your hands. Manicures.
What's a,
Oh my god.
what's a manicure?
It's when you cure a
Who was-
man.
She sort of
Venta needs one of those.
She motions for him to go away and says, when was the last time you actually washed beneath your fingernails?
Oof.
You're supposed to wash under there?
Never?
Oh, you probably did it when you dig under them with your teeth.
I hope
Yeah, I mean, probably then.
that you don't... I hope that you're not scratching anywhere wild. We're
Just
going
don't,
to, we're gonna see that you're, in a nice haircut,
Just don't
maybe a
look
little bit
behind
of a
his ears.
spa day, and then we're gonna come back for these clothes, and I think everyone's gonna be really surprised, because you are going to be, I mean, mwah, chef's kiss. I don't mean to brag, but I do have a fine eye for good clothing and fine establishments. And it's been a long
Okay.
time since I've got to actually exercise this stuff. It's so nice not to be swinging a sword covered in sweat on a cramped, stinking boat surrounded by bugmen, warforged, and goblins.
Wow, Colin, way to single out literally 2 of my characters.
That sounds really fun, though.
You've got to go to, like, live a nightlife somewhere. You know that?
He's like, I usually hunt in the dark. What do you mean?
Let's get a nice haircut.
Isn't my nightlife slaying with you guys on the boat?
Do you know? She says, "Let's go get a nice haircut. Get our nails
you're not
done."
sleeping with me, honey.
Do you? She sort of says, "Do you know what soap is?"
I mean, I know what soap is. I've used soap
I mean,
before.
good. I don't want you to get surprised or worried about this stuff.
It's made out of animal fat and ashes.
She sort of looks at you and says, "I mean, I didn't know what it was made of. I just know it works." Come! She sort of tugs you along. Let's find a nice bath. get that stubble shaved away, get a nice haircut. But she sort of drags you away. Now, Cody is back.
They're both
I've,
19.
I've been here for a while.
Not whenever I
That's what I
wanted
was
to go to
thinking, too. I thought they were
Karakwa.
the same age.
Yeah, they're the same age.
I thought she was younger for some reason.
There is a... I mean, yeah, they're about the same age. They're within, you know... how old is... Henley?
19.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're literally the same age, so...
He might
she
be.
is
He
also
might be
19.
turning 20.
They'd be probably turning 20 by now because he was 19 when we started.
Yeah.
So they're pretty much the exact same age. But Karakwa,
Yes.
you got to join us for the fun scene where they went to the boudoir, but before then I almost went to Karakwa and nobody was there.
That's okay. He's back.
You're pulled away from the shore, unable to see Bruce's shame as he got ripped to fucking pieces by a megalodon.
He got a cool
Drag-
scar now. though.
Dragged up on shore with but he did get at least a tooth the size of a fist from it. You're drawn inwards, away from the actual, from the beach into town. A smell that wafts up through the air. It's something that is so familiar almost. You don't
That'd be fucking good.
know exactly what it is, but there's something that's
I know exactly what it is.
sparks in your mind. It's ass, and it's your
Yes.
favorite thing to eat.
Yes. That's exactly what it is.
Cody says short stack, tingling in my brain.
That Mayora pussy.
That Mayor Rossi, if you will.
Mayoris.
You're actually pulled away from the shore, but not straight into the town itself. It's almost like an earthy smell. Something that feels very wholesome, very clean, something that feels very sort of fungal.
Mike and it pussy.
You find, yes. It's actually, you find yourself in the Underdark, you're in the Bloodstone Ascent.
Yeah, it's in Mussies.
Oh my god. Does it
No.
glow in the dark so you can find it?
Nope.
Under the
Let's
sheets?
Glow in the dark
End this
Mussy.
conversation.
Nope. Gonna continue on with Mussy until Connor leaves Discord.
Is that where there's... You know those little jellyfish guys that light up different colors? Is that where they're spawned from? They
Oh
come out of the
no,
pussy?
it's
Like,
getting worse.
Oh,
flump! It's a flump!
Sorry!
The Flussy.
Bioluminescence.
It's Flussy.
The
Alright.
Flussy from the Mussy.
The bioluminescence, man.
It's getting worse.
Bioluminosity.
I hate everything, and I wish I was dead.
Fair.
Be me!
Fighting go in the Underdark and get some dressing?
But you do find yourself drawn away from the town, into the forest itself. The smell rising up as it gets sort of stronger and stronger, reaching your nose. A mixture of, it's almost sort of sweet that rises up to your ear, that sort of rises up to you, and you realize it's both the smell of mushrooms and decay. But the mushrooms themselves are what are drawing you. These are a type of mushroom that were grown in your swamp.
Your swamp.
Your swamp. They're called Shrek shrooms. They have, they basically are green. They have 2 protuberances out their caps. Whenever you step on them, they sing All-Star. They were used as a warning
You're
system.
not allowed to be upset, Colin.
The Dussies.
But they are they are a familiar smell that were often used to make like a mushroom soup. They're called green caps. They were pretty much exclusively found.
Beaver, get out!
Not necessarily in your swamp exactly, but in that kind of climate. Warm,
Warm,
damp,
wet climate.
basically like it could grow on your balls, essentially. And perhaps are.
Please take a shower right now.
They typically they didn't grow like up, they actually
stop.
grew, they almost grew like shelf mushrooms on trees. And they weren't super common, realistically. They weren't like rare, but they weren't just everywhere. There was a little bit of effort that was put into gathering them. So whenever you had the chance to have some like green cap soup, it was considered kind of a delicacy. Not like the type of delicacy that like only a king could afford, but it'd be the type of thing like a family might have on special days. You know,
It had a special taste to it.
birthdays and feasts and holidays and that sort of thing. Not the type of thing you'd have every day, but the type of thing you'd have on like holidays and special days. And it's mixed with almost like a sense of decay as you follow it into the woods. You're surprised to find that you actually were able to pick it up from a fairly long way away. But it's a powerful scent that grows only stronger as you get about a mile or so into the woods. And find yourself... You can see what appears to be
Married next to someone else.
a small fire that is burning in the trees. Just a very simple fire. And it is being tended by what appears to be a man, a human, but his skin is sort of mottled. It's gray. It has veins of purple, and he has these mushrooms that are sort of growing off him as he sort of moves to and fro, tending the fire, almost robotically, gathering a stick and walking to the fire and throwing it in, making sure it's stoked, gathering a stick, putting it in.
That's not a man, that's a mic in it, baby.
Oh my god. Just want to say, Colin, you took this where I was not expecting. Well done.
Straight to the pussy, brother.
No!
I will.
Can we ban Tommy?
I will.
Oh yes, never do a Jim.
I fucking stood up to drink water and I almost spit all over the floor.
Presidential candidate Bernie Sanders also supports the Mussy.
God damn it, Max, you're so good at that!
Max,
It's so good!
Max, can you just make your next character Bernie Sanders?
Do you want me to play a Bard of Eloquence, Bernie
So,
Sanders?
Max, your next character in the Saturday game for the future campaign needs to sound like Bernie Sanders.
No,
No,
we can
that's
record
gotta
it.
be Orin's
No,
kid.
there is a class called the Common Man. We're gonna make you play.
Yes.
Oh, Christ.
Oh god.
Just a variant human fighter?
Fighting for what, Tommy? I mean, fighting for what, Max?
Nice try.
So, human rights! That's what?
You were supposed to say it in the voice, you idiot.
Stupid human mussy.
Oh man, I need to lie down.
I need a cigarette.
Yeah, same.
But that's what you
After-
see.
I approach
Mike Myers.
in a way where I'm not sneaking, make myself known because I don't want to startle him.
Mike Myers.
No,
Was ousted.
no.
Mike Wazowski.
That was pretty good, Beaver. Not gonna lie.
All right. And you approach it.
I am approaching him, and I
Alright.
can.
It's sort of as you sort of approach. Have you ever seen Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
Yeah, a long time ago.
It looks,
Christ almighty.
it's almost as if you triggered an alarm as it sort of drops the wood and turns towards you and lets out a unearthly, terrifying, almost like a gasp. As almost like an
the
alarm
man?
of sorts. Yeah.
Whoa. Hey. No harm, no harm.
I mean, you did just walk through a swamp. You look like the creature from the Black Lagoon.
I mean, I've been sunbathing.
It does
man.
not
I'm not
attack
talking
you,
about,
but it once again lets out this sort of quiet howl.
Is this anything I would recognize? Like any kind of like mannerism?
You can roll a medicine check.
Medicine check. The man says a medicine check. The dude abides. Roll a
Man asks
15.
for help, you help.
While you don't know exactly, this person is dead. It is
Sorry, what?
clearly probably a human of some sort. Sort of with the fungus growing all over it at this point. But the human itself, is no longer amongst the living. I see.
I can just tell just from looking at him the way he's reacting.
You can see
You can
this
just
is
tell
a,
this man is straight dead.
this is a dead body.
Right?
Hey, what are you doing in my camp?
Is it from behind or in front of me?
Behind
The
you.
voice. I turn.
Hey, don't turn around too fast now.
I kind of go, turning. Mean no harm. And I kind of very slowly, like that.
Right. You find yourself face to face with a wild-haired halfling, covered in dirt, clad in sort of green robes, that have little spots of yellow across them. Her eyes narrowed as she says, "What the fuck are you doing here, right? I came out here to be left alone. It's too crowded. It's too many people."
I can understand that. Forgive me, I smelled the green cap soup you're making.
A favorite of mine back in the day. Why, you want a piece of it? You want some soup? She like walks up to him and snaps off one of the funguses off the guy.
Very strangely different from how I would expect it, but I say
I mean,
I respond back. I respond back with forgive me. I got very excited when I smelled it. It has been many, many years since I've had it. Since I was a child. It was my favorite.
Wow. That's, where the hell are you from? I grew up in the damn swamps. You must be from, God, who knows where.
Funny enough, I'm also from the swamps. Not from this island, though. From the mainland.
Hey, guess what? Neither am I. I kinda got fucking stuck here, you know? It was not a happy circumstance. And this one, as she sort of pokes him, she sort of looks almost sad. I think this one saved my life. All things considered. Willing to give his in the process, actually.
I'm like slowly settling down and relaxing and everything as I talk with her.
I mean,
What?
our boat
What
was
happened?
pretty much sinking, right? And this one, he fucking ended up dragging it to fucking shore almost, swimming a couple 100 feet. Poor bastard drowned doing it. But he was a good person.
So he is dead.
Well, yeah.
But the funguses. Is that what keeps them
The
alive?
fungus
now?
among us.
Shut the fuck up, Connor.
Amogus.
She nods. She sort of looks at you and says, "Well, yeah, that's what keeps them up and going. Funguses."
Wow.
Well,
I know
it's
funguses repurpose, but to animate a whole corpse, that's very different.
well,
Unnatural, is not?
she sort of looks at you. What do you mean unnatural? There's nothing more natural than fungus. And
I mean, that is technically true.
Connor.
magic. There's nothing more natural than fungus in the magics of nature. Is there? They exist. I didn't make them. I don't think anybody did. They've always existed. That is the way of my people, at the very least.
We lost Timothy.
Timothy is fucking dead too.
He's dead to
Sad.
us.
How did this happen?
Megan Little John dumped her in the water.
And I kind of look at her. Did you do that to him?
Well, yeah. I mean, I brought him back. I used the spores, and she sort of says, those that I carried with me from my native swamps. I brought him back. It's not like my people don't view it as odd. We're not life and death. They're not. No, it's not a coin flip. You know, there's more than just two sides to it. We view life and death as well as undeath as a balance. Neither one should overtake the other. Death shouldn't overtake life, life shouldn't overtake death, nor should you use undeath to overtake the other, as long as things are kept in balance. We exist as... when someone dies, their bodies, they return to the earth. They're used by nature. So undeath can be used that way as well, you understand. Neither one gaining dominance of the other. That is what my people believe.
She is saying this and speaking this. I look around this encampment or wherever it is that she is. I don't know if it's an encampment or an adobe or whatever. I look around. Is it like any kind of typical druid marks here?
You can roll a nature check.
Okay. I'm super good at those. Hiya!
You recognize symbols that have been carved on the trees, but you don't. They're foreign to you. They're not of the Wildfire clan. That's for damn sure.
I ask her in Druidic, what's your name?
Sort of speaking to her in Druidic, she sort of grins broadly, and in Druidic she returns, it's been a long time since I had to speak the tongues of nature. Feels like it's been years, although I suppose it's only been months. My name is, Gershwin.
And she...
And his name is Kyle. as she motions towards the basically
Husk.
I mean the husk essentially.
And forgive me, is what part of the continent did you say you were from again?
We were hailed from the southern Vergilt Plains, almost a little bit I suppose you could say east of Veskermund, swamps south there.
Further out west, closer near Weitdorf.
I suppose that's why it's not too surprising you didn't run into us. We're not very big anyways. To tell you the truth, we had some run-ins with some people that didn't take too kindly. That didn't accept nature.
With who?
Just some in the swamps. We were nomads. We never stuck to one place very long. That's but she sort of motions. That's why we had each other. When one of us would die, there weren't many of us, and so we'd reanimate and we'd serve each other in undeath, essentially. It was all about the balance and helping each other, and well, we were nomadics, carrying tents and moving about, but there was a group that, well, I suppose over time they just moved into our territory, and we weren't numerous enough to oppose them, and at the end of the day, we scattered away. I heard that there was problems to the west. There was safe passage to the south, and so I took it. I myself didn't think it would end up being like this. It's so crowded.
City life is strange.
But
Can
I suppose it doesn't matter.
Would it be okay if I looked closer at... And it's like really hard for him to say it like that. Kyle here.
He sort of smiles and says, "Kyle, of course. I can." She sort of stands up and says, "I can. You want to take a look? I can tell you anything about how it works."
As like Karakwood leans in and looks closer at him, I guess what he's looking at is like, how realistically different is this from like any of the other multitude of other different undead zombies he's seen? What's the main difference here, just from like looking at it?
You can
Besides the fact he's covered in mushrooms.
roll an Arcana check.
Okay. Slightly better. Wow. That fits well, because Karako was gonna kind of say out loud,
It's not.
it's so strange. I've always been able to feel a connection with the earth and the world, the plants and animals, but never with fungus. The idea that
they're just as much a
different.
natural thing as fruits and vegetables. People overlook them because like nobody likes fungus. I mean, they're like like nature's trash can in a way. I mean, my people view them as tools, as a part of, as much a part of nature as trees and plants. Much like the other druids, they can cause vines to grow and things like that. We have fungus that grows. I don't suppose you know anything about Amanita wasps, do you? They're wasps that, well, they're not. Of course you haven't. They're probably not.
I guess, like I said, would you want me to roll a nature
You
or a
can roll
history check?
a nature check or a history check.
Well, nature would be better. I'll do that. 18.
They are a there is a particular type of wasp that is realistically quite common on the Vergilt Plains. There is a fungus that takes over their brain, causes them to basically fly onto, like, normally where they would have some sort of self-defense mechanism or some sort of ability to flee, there's a fungus that will grow in their brain and cause them to basically climb to the top of the tallest plant that they can find and just wait there to be eaten by a bird. And from whenever the bird eats this, it passes, it flies away, and it passes these sort of grabbing it, eats it, and passes it through its system, spreading seeds and essentially stuff to various different locations of it. This is what the Circle of Spores sort of works on, is the idea that, you know, this is nature working, as long as one side is not as long as they're not trying to dominate the other side, or as long as it's like serving an actual purpose.
Is this number 4 or 5, Colin?
Your mom is number 4, and she's a 10.
No, she's not.
Wow.
Don't say that about your mom. I'm sure she's a lovely lady.
Nah, Cody came in and fucked all that up.
Cody's a 10.
Thanks, Dad. Out of 100.
Boys, I am fading.
God damn it, Connor. Alright.
Sorry, I'm sleepy. It's only like 5:15 for me, but I'm exhausted.
It is, I mean, it is what it is.
It's so strange and different, though.
She's sort
Where
of...
I'm from, any kind of decay and growth and decay, you allow nature to take its course and burn it all away and start over again from scratch. Not let that fester.
Festering is not unnatural. It is as natural as anything can be.
Seeing her and seeing this and it being completely different, can I roll an insight check just to see, like, if this is like genuine for her? Is there like an ulterior motive? Because it's like, again, this concept is just really foreign.
Sure.
Yeah. Han.
No, this is natural to her. This is as natural as anything, as she says that everything in this world changes. It's vibrant. And that change has to happen for it to be healthy, for the world to be happy, for the cycle to be healthy. This is everybody thinks that death is a companion to life. Why does it have to be just a two-sided coin?
Forgive me. I've come to you unannounced, unwanted, and immediately start questioning you here when you had been kind enough to offer me food.
This is that. Oh, I understand that our beliefs are unusual. I can understand if you find them alien and disconcerting.
It's... Karakwa kind of whispers to himself as he's looking closer to Kyle. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. No, I'm ruining the moment! What is it that Dilliman was saying to Karakwa? Different times, stranger things for...
Extraordinary times call for extraordinary circumstances. You've seen it in Abigail, the twins,
Lyra and Lucius. Luciar and Lyra.
Lyra and Luciel.
Yeah. You know, I really would appreciate some of that soup right now.
Well, I'm happy to serve you.
Thank you.
Kind of nice to meet someone in touch with nature here. There's so much... so urban, a lot of these places.
I hadn't even introduced myself. Karakwa, the Wildfire Clan.
And she sort of smiles and lifts up her hand, shake it. She once again introduced herself to as Gershwin.
A name I'll not forget soon now. How was the green cap soup? Was it everything I ever hoped and wanted? Or does it taste like Kyle?
Alright, well, she rolled an 18 plus 3 on her cooking roll.
I
so
would like to use
good.
the 2.
You want to use the 2? It tastes like shit.
No!
But an 18 plus 3, it tastes good. Honestly, it's not as good as like home. Nothing can be as good as home.
Not even home.
But it's good. It's familiar. You know, at the same time as you're eating it, you might like look at fungus a little bit differently now, on spores and the thing like that. As Gershwin, the Circle of Spores druid, a druid clan that has been, I mean, much like the monks of Mercy, of the Ruby Serpents run off. They have also been run off, interestingly enough, by the exact same people, because the Onyx Serpents live down in those swamps, which we already know.
Yeah.
But scene change. It goes to Reed.
Topical.
You find yourself
Married next to someone else?
Say what?
I've been making talking heads jokes every time you say that. You've said you find yourself, I think, 6 or 7 times today.
Well, yeah,
It's great.
because we're swapping and back and forth between a whole bunch of shit.
No, I know. I just
Or we can go to Ito, returning to the
Please-
yield,
please
the
don't. I'm too
estate to
tired.
Royhan. Well, that's
Do re-
all the more reason to return to the estate to Royhan.
too tired to read.
The estate
God damn it.
is
I mean, you'll just be tired more later.
You got one scene.
Yeah, you got it,
Pass
bitch.
the fuck out.
Yeah, we gotta get the scene done now. The estate itself, as much as you heard it was, there are tents that have been erected outside of it. People living as best as they can, refugees. You can see that they are sort of gathered around as night is falling around the estate. You can see the glowing lights from within your estate house, looking like eyes that overlook like sentries over the refugees. Within the actual walls themselves, it's clear. But you can see people rush to and fro, servants, as a pair sort of go back and forth, carrying various different things. You can see a couple are carrying what appears to be tack, the stables. But you're stopped by two guards that sort of say, "What are you doing here? Who are you? No refugees in the actual compound itself. You need somewhere to stay. We can erect you a tent and see that you're fed and taken care of, but no refugees are in the state itself."
Who, Sorry, I gotta wake up. I woke up at like 1 in the morning today. What's that, who's that order coming from?
It appears to be a pair of, this
No,
is
I'm asking them.
a guard this is from the lady herself.
The lady...
This is from the Lady Valdira.
That's awkward. Okay.
No more.
got
We had a
these.
couple of, we tried to let them in, but we had a couple of thefts that didn't work out for anybody. So we tried to get you set up outside the gate, but we don't want you inside, at least not until we got to be.
I mean, well, if her ladyship is available at any point,
What, you
love
think-
to speak with her.
You think she just meets with any rabble?
Yeah. Actually, we make a point of it in our family.
What do you mean, our family? Who are you?
I'm going to just walk past this guy towards my house.
Hey, what are you doing? He sort of chases after you. Look, if you go inside, I mean, we don't want to have to like drag you away. We don't want to get in trouble or anything like that.
I would highly recommend you don't do that.
Roll an intimidation check. He like steps in front of you. Look,
12.
I don't want to be rude to you, but we've been ordered to make sure that no refugees are coming into the estate and stealing anything because there's been a problem that's happened. I understand that things are harsh and we want to serve you as best as we can. But you can't just walk inside unannounced.
You can serve me by announcing that the Lord of the House has returned. Thank you.
The Lord of the House is the Lady of the House, Valdira.
Correct. I am her brother. Her older brother.
Piss off. Lord Saracen done ran off to who knows where because he doesn't give a shit about the Ile de Royan.
Is that what they say about me?
We ain't seen her around. But you can roll a persuasion check.
Sure. 21. I could do a 2 and make it a 17.
He says, look, we can see about, we can let you inside, but at least let us fetch the lady first.
Actually, there's a man that works here. His name is Daggerund. If you could please fetch him, that would be fantastic. I'll wait.
They look at each
And
other.
hit him with the owl. Wait.
So one of them says, he says, I don't think he'd know about Dagron if he didn't know about fucking the other Royhan. Just
Also, like, I'm not armed. Well, like, visually, I'm not armed.
just okay. We can have him brought in. But would you like to have like a seat in? We can find a seat for you inside. Please step inside.
Thank you.
But he sits you in the sort of foyer area, a familiar place.
I want to try my best to look as completely out of place, like I've never been in this room in my life.
Roll a perception check for me.
Okay. 9.
You hear
Yeesh.
what it sounds like raised voices from the western wing.
Mhm.
You can't make out any specifics though.
Can I tell if they're female?
No, not with that roll.
Okay.
And you kind of have to, you are stuck kind of waiting for a while. And 5 minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. Before you feel a head rest itself on your thigh as a dog comes up and just pops itself down on you. Sort of breathing heavily, as if it's been sort of running around the yard. A puppy, little more than a puppy. As you recognize Zarello.
Zareo.
Sort of resting its head on you, sort of like it says, sheen and sweat. It was probably running around the grounds. A voice. Where the hell are you at? Where the fuck did you go? Oh, swear to God, if you done fucking run off into the middle of nowhere, I'm gonna hunt you down, and I'm gonna make sure you fucking castrated and cast to the winds, you stupid dog. But it's not like serious, you know?
Bromwell's drinking again, I see.
As you see, sort of Bromwell sort of staggers in. He's also sheen and sweat. It looks like he's got like leaves in his beard, a couple of twigs where it looks like he's been running through woods. A look of annoyance on his face. He doesn't really see you. He just sees Zareo and says, "There you are, you silly beast. If you don't get fucking trained up a bit, we're gonna have to put you to work in something other than just hunting. And trust me, you don't want anything to do with that. We might have to turn you into food. Have you seen the way people are fucking eating up the fucking vineyards?" As he sort of walks up to him and he says, "Sorry about that." But as soon as he sees you, his eyes just sort of... It's my soul. As he sort of grasps your hand, says, "My lord, you're back."
That's what they call me. Yep. I see. He's gotten big.
Well, he sort of smiles. He's gotten big, but I wish he's learned a little bit more. He's a stubborn one, that's for sure.
Well, you know, he doesn't need to be a hunting dog. He can just be a dog.
Maybe, but if we can train him, he'll be the smartest dog I've ever seen. Stubborn, to be sure, but he's damn smart.
Good to know. Now, am I
When
free
did you...
to enter my house?
The guards sort of look at each other, as Bromwell says, "This is Lord Sarasenio. I've seen him every day of his damn life, almost." He sort of says, "I was around when he was fucking born."
I look a bit different.
not that different. But the guards, well, let's see what his persuasion check is. Good. Got a 19 plus 2. They sort of look at each other and say, very well. If Lord, or if Mr. Bromwell will vouch for you, then that's good enough.
Are these guys not from here? Do I not? I
No.
don't recognize them. I'm guessing. Okay.
You don't recognize them.
These aren't people that I've hired. These are just dudes who showed up. Okay.
Nope.
Got it.
Everyone's gonna be so happy to see you, especially Valdira and Amelia. I mean,
I heard arguing. Are they not getting along?
oh, he sort of shakes his head. No, that's Mayora and Mr. Bartleby.
Ah.
Never seen two people more obsessed with numbers in my life.
If
they weren't so
often
busy
found that-
arguing with each other, I'd swear that they fucking love each other.
I have often found that arguing with Mayora doesn't produce much of a result, other than a sore throat and a sore head.
Oh. From what I can tell, he holds his own. Like I said, he's good with numbers. He's a smart fellow, but you've got two people arguing for, at the end of the day, slightly different things. She wants what's best for the Ile de Royhan, and he wants what's best for the Empire.
I've been running into a bit of that myself.
Well, there's a lot of times where they're the same, but sometimes they don't exactly match up. But like I said, I don't think she's ever enjoyed speaking to someone or arguing with someone as much as she enjoys arguing with him. But when she sees you, she's gonna have a cow. Everyone is.
Yeah, well, I don't know how long we'll be here. Frankly, it was kind of a mistake to come here at all. I didn't plan to return for at least some time. But we're here now, might as well proceed. Where am I heading?
If I don't take you to see your fucking sister and your fiance, they'll fucking have my heads.
So I don't have time for a shower.
No.
Oh, makes sense. Let's make that happen.
They don't give a shit if you're covered in dirt. You can take a shower afterwards. They're gonna want to see you.
Actually, does prestidigitation do anything about smell? I don't think it does it?
You can at least clean yourself up. But they'll never forgive me if I drag you off to a shower and just say, "Oh, the Lord arrived, and I didn't want to fucking tell you because he wanted to go take a shower."
Yeah, that's fair.
You can take a shower afterwards. I'll see that Dags draws you up a bath. You look like you could use some cleaner clothing.
It's been a while. It is good to see you.
Good to see you. He sort of smiles at you. Like I said, Bromwell is the oldest, right? He was your dad's.
Yes,
like,
Bromwell and Daggerand are both the seniors. Daggerand was younger, however, because Bromwell's a dwarf. He's like probably over 100.
He would have been there when you were born, probably. Like, probably not looking at your mom's vag, but
no. Daggerand is a human, so he's probably like, if not Ito's age, maybe like 10 or 15 years older.
But happy to see you, as he ushers you away from the shouting in the West Wing that you can hear between Bartleby and Mayora, to the East Wing, quieter, typically the family's wing. You walk by, you climb up a flight of stairs and walk down a long hallway. You turn to the left and see a old, battered black door that you know leads up to a parapet that your aunt stays in. Generally, you leave that door closed. She's always been... While she is vocal, she has also tended to focus on herself. And is nice to avoid her, as she often finds herself in the clutches of alcohol, and is more than willing to berate you for being less than your father. Less than your uncle. Like I said, she's a lush. Currently it stands closed as you walk past it into the actual suites of the Ildorhan, the family suites. And you step inside a room that's familiar to you. Room that your family has called home for now centuries. Obviously changing over time, but still, it's unchanged since you last left it. You can see, it's a sitting room, a large circular table. There's a set of tiles on it, a game that is often played on the Ildorhan similar to Mahjong. Half played, it looks like it was abandoned at some point. A small fire burns in the fireplace. You can see the door to your... Basically, the master bedroom sits slightly ajar, and you can hear quiet humming from within. A sweet, sort of like a honey sweet voice. The sound of your fiancée, Amelia. Quietly humming to herself. You can... That's what you hear, at least. But I have to go pee really bad. What would you... But you can decide what you want to do.
I have to fend off my fucking dogs, apparently.
I have to go pee, though.
And
yes, you
they
hear
also made Gracie
the
go off, sorry.
quiet, almost honey-sweet humming of Amelia from within the room, your private bedroom, the master suite, just off the sitting room.
Do I see anyone else in the room before I go in there?
No, there's nobody else in the room, but you can see, it looks like the room itself is not quite the same. You're surprised Amelia is, like, folding clothing. Usually you have house staff to do this, but all things considered what's going on the island, it's not exactly surprising that she might have to, you know, do some
chores?
servants' works and do some chores.
I will come up behind her. I'm assuming her back is to me.
Yes.
Okay, I will come up behind her and I will say, it's probably about high time that I start doing that. Perhaps you should sit down and I can take over.
I was just thinking if she turns around with a voice like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna suck that dick!"
Wop bop loo bop lop bop bop.
Wop bop loo bop bop bop. Doofu.
Remember, guys, it's the
At
serious
first,
game.
she like leaps up, sort of the basket of clothing that she was folding, sort of falling to the ground, scattering linens across the floor. She turns around, afraid. Honestly, someone just walked into her room and said something. As her eyes sort of focus on you, but slowly, sort of recognition sort of comes to her eyes as she says, "Avendor."
I asked Bromweld if I could shower, and he told me that would be unwise. You've been warned.
You don't even have a chance before she just throws herself into your arms.
Yep,
She just
alright.
wraps her arms around you.
I will hug her. It is good to be back.
Gone for so long.
10 months and a half.
I'm happy that you're back. But she sort of leans in, she sort of hugs you and sort of sways for a moment, and she's just happy to be in your embrace for a while. She says, "Has it been 10 months since you've taken a bath?"
You know, it might have been at least a few. I sent Daggerund out, and unfortunately we were just in regions that did not have luxuries. Which
Just
I'm fine with, but...
clutches your hand and says, "But you're home now."
Yes. That's a bit of a bizarre story, but yes.
And she smiles at you and says, "Well, there's no reason why you can't get cleaned up." About that time, the door opens, and it looks like sort of Dags pops in. It looks like he's sprinted all the way up here. He's sort of breathing heavily. His hair is slightly mussed, but as he takes a deep breath, he takes his coat and he straightens it, straightens his hair, and sort of straightens his glasses. My lord, shall we get you into something more presentable?
Now?
When else have you bathed and dressed?
I
You're
was
the lord of this island.
I
after
was
all.
escorted here. I was given no choice.
Well, what matters is right now, we have you looking your tip-top shape. Yes?
I think that can wait a moment.
What could be more important than looking good for your very special lady?
I will look at Lelia. Does she have any countenance, any face I can read?
I mean, she's happy at your back.
Okay. I will apologize to her, and I will say I am afraid that I think if I don't fix this, I'm going to be murdered. So I should probably go do that.
You are. I mean, as you wish, my lord.
Don't let him fool you. He was a horse thief, and he's really good with a knife. If if I linger too long.
Of course. I mean, I'm at your service, my lord.
I will tell her to immediately stop calling me that.
She sort of grits her teeth. You know this is a problem with her. She's very formal. In private, she calls you Avendor. She doesn't call you Ito. In public, she calls you my lord or Lord Sarasenio. It's just she comes from a very noble foreign family.
Proper nobility.
And it's
yeah.
all very proper.
Dignitaries,
Asking her to do that is difficult, but she sort of says, I will endeavor to do so, Avendor.
Excellent. I'm going to go endeavor to clean this off. I have been up north too long.
Of course. Is there anything that I can prepare for you? Outside of this is normally something you'd ask service to do, but as I said, she's actually taking like initiative, saying, "Can I do anything for?"
Just murder the crone upstairs. We'll call it even.
She sort of smiles and says, I feel like that would be improper, although doing so would give me a lot of relief. Your aunt has been..." She sort of leans in. She's very racist against people that aren't from the Ile de Royhan.
Is that possible? Is that allowed? Is that legal?
Especially after she's had a couple of drinks, which is most of the time.
Always, yeah.
And I've tried to, I mean, to tell you the truth, after the refugees started coming in, she really, laid off of me, but I don't want them to suffer. They've already suffered enough.
Yeah, well, clock's ticking.
Well,
And then, hey, we've got a 5-bedroom house.
you should also go see your...
Just like that, right?
You should also take a moment to go see your sister. She's taken a lot to... I worry that she is following the path of your aunt with the drinking. She's been very distant and upset since... Well, tried really hard to keep people from being conscripted from the Ile de Royhan, but you can't just fight the crown like that, especially in times of need, times as dire as this, but she still holds herself very accountable for the people that were sent off the island.
I will talk to her.
She drinks a lot with the stable hands.
Oh, good to know. And I will exit. I will give her another hug and a kiss and all that, and then I will exit. And I will say, can we see Valdira en route to the baths? Because I know Dags is following me.
Dags sort of says, if I might speak freely, my lord.
Always.
However dirty or disheveled you may be, it's not a candle to some of the stable hands she drinks with, so your appearance would not be disconcerting, I fear.
Great.
But yes, that can be arranged. He says, we'll take the back staircase, come. It is like a servant staircase, very steep, but it's familiar to you. You've probably walked it more than one time in your life, especially when you might have been sneaking out of the house using the servant staircase. It leads out...
And other than the core 3 and the 2 guards, I've seen 0 staff in this house.
No, there's nobody.
Okay.
There's nobody. You find yourself walking down the staircase. It leads down to, like, the kitchen and, the servants' quarters. You do see a couple of people out here. There's still a kitchen staff. There are still servants, but they're severely diminished.
Sure.
What was probably, a handful of, or a score of servants and cooks is now down to a handful. 4 or 5. Like, maybe a head cook and a cook's assistant.
Okay.
A couple of servants. Whenever they see you, they don't immediately recognize you, but they do recognize Dags and don't say anything as he leads you past them. You step through the kitchen and out, basically through the back. The stables are nearby, / the storage for carts and things like that. This is where deliveries are essentially made on the back side of the estate. You can see there is a light coming from the stables. You can hear the sound of horses sort of neighing, whinnying, that sort of thing. You actually hear the sound of what appears to be a lively drinking song that is going on. This one is actually called Green in the Face. It's actually almost sort of a religious song in a way. It plays off a religious song to the Green Lady where he says, I'll praise the green till I'm green in the face, and then I blow chunks all over the place. As they just sort of sing.
I pray that was improvised.
They just kind of sing this sort of voices, and you do recognize Valdira's voice amongst them. A high sort of soprano amongst baritones and a couple of basses. As you find yourself, Dags opens the door to the stables, and you can see they've turned one of the stalls almost into a bar. There's still hay on the ground, but there's lines of alcohol. There's like shelves of alcohol that rise up. You can see they've made a rough bar. They don't have tables per se, but they've dragged in a couple of barrels that they use as tables and small stools. And Valdira actually stands behind the roughly made bar. You can see she actually is for every drink that she pours for the or the stable hands, she pours a drink for herself and just downs it. To the green lady. Wherever she is, she doesn't seem to be here. As she just takes a drink and downs it.
Based.
What would you like to do, Ito?
Fuck around the pussy.
She's not looking my way.
No.
I will lean close to Daggerand and I will whisper to him, asking how long has this been a problem?
It's... like I said, ever since the conscriptions, that was, 3-4 months ago.
Has anybody said anything to her?
Well,
Assume not.
Amelia has, and Bromwell has gently said things to her.
On second thought, perhaps I'll just go to the baths.
I've, not said things outright, but I've told her that she looks quite disheveled as of late, and there's only so much we can say, but we can't
Sure.
force her to do anything.
The baths.
Of course, a warm bath for my lord. To the baths, as he sort of leads you away. The bathhouse itself is not too far away. It's a slightly separate building. And you can see the fires have already been stoked since your arrival. It's already ready to go. There's a sauna that has hot rocks put in it. You can already see there's a fresh set of clothing. As it's been set to the side as Dags takes. You can already see he's got like his, his scissors, his razors. He's ready to go as soon as you get out the bath, clean, to give you a nice shave, give you a haircut.
Zero protest.
But he is ready to get. He almost seems eager to get you cleaned up. He said, let's get you looking like a proper lord. As you sort of step into the baths, and it's just a relief to climb into that damn sauna. And those baths. It's incredible. We see
The
your
kid
way.
says hi.
Meanwhile,
Miles away in Washington.
miles away, literally only miles away, in the Topaz Tortoise Monastery.
Oh my god.
Reed, you arrive. It is,
Naked and afraid.
it's not like the Emerald Mantis Monastery. They don't have walls. It's sort of an open courtyard that leads out into the landscape. The only wall they have is there is a very small, seawall that has been erected out into the ocean. And it provides rough refuge for a couple of small ships. What appears to be merchant vessels of some sort. You can see that the building itself, it is, once again, not quite like the Emerald Mantis Monastery, where they had the dining hall in a separate hall, and the the barracks in a separate hall, and the main meeting area in a separate hall. This one actually, rises up into a 3-story building, that has this very sort of, it has like a flat top. It almost looks like the top of a keg, at the top of this 3-story building that rises up. And around this building, there are large circular rings that are lined in sand, with what appears to be rough circles drawn into it. Right now, you can even see there are still a couple of monks in this sand battling each other, throwing themselves bodily at each other, trying to force each other out. As they throw themselves in, slapping at their chests. One appears to be a human, much like the one you met. The other, a dwarf. This dwarf, with surprising ease, stands there, stern, not even backpedaling as the human throws himself into him, and it's like this human hits a brick wall. This dwarf does not budge backwards more than an inch. As they lock hands, battling, pushing up against each other. And then the dwarf just throws his hip to the side, pulls the man forward, and uses his own body weight to just toss him to the ground.
Reed approves.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'll walk up to the ring to get a closer look.
The ring itself is, like I said, maybe 20 feet across. Has two almost like small starting blocks, sand as its base. You can see there's whenever you sort of approach, the dwarf nods his head and says, "See anything that you find interesting?"
Well, yes, your style itself seems to be of quite interest.
I can see you recognize good talent whenever you see it. He sort of smiles at you, and says, "You must be Master Underbow."
Indeed, and he starts to bow again, but, yes, I am Reed. I was invited here by Cordoba.
I heard that you were coming. Cordoba sent word ahead. Well, we're happy to welcome you, Master Underbow. My name is Brocumen Caskstone, the Grand Master of this fine monastery. I hope it's he sort of smiles. I hope it rises up to the standards of yours. I hear wonderful things about Grand Master Emeritus' teachings.
Well, on behalf of my monastery, I thank you for your compliments. And I look forward to seeing yours as well.
A compliment well earned. I'm afraid we don't do anything quite as fancy with weapons or anything like that. We're a little bit more simple and straightforward. We're happy to welcome you. We're more than happy to provide you a room, and I wouldn't mind seeing a thing or two from what you've got. And I wouldn't mind showing you a thing or two of what we do. We ourselves are, I don't mean to brag out of line, but we're fairly spiritual sorts. Oftentimes our conflicts and struggles or training deal with inwards than outwards, if you know what I'm saying.
Cordoba
Carried me there for a
told me
second.
as such. I was quite interested to hear about your ceremonies.
Well, we should like to introduce you to them. I don't suppose you drink, do ya?
We asked for the 40th time today.
No, not particularly. I
Well,
stick mostly to teas.
We can fix that. A little bit of mix of this and that, huh?
Well,
I don't suppose you've got.
a bit.
I don't suppose you've got a favorite beer or mead or wine.
If I did, I would not know it.
Well, it's your lucky day, because we've got basically one of the finest bars that you're ever gonna meet.
I am quite partial to plum tea.
We do have that. Exotic teas all the way from the far reaches of the Jinma dynasty that I'm happy to share with you, lad.
you're speaking my language.
But why don't we get you settled in, huh?
It'd be an honor.
He sort of pats you on the back, and he's going to lead you to the cells themselves. The second floor is.
As he starts to, sorry, as he starts to pat me on the back, I just want to awkwardly, like, because I don't know how it's actually supposed to be done, try to like belly bump him.
Belly bump strangers.
Like, is this the right way to do it? You know, is this the right timing?
Oh no,
he's sort of
Lou isn't even role playing anymore. This is just him.
Sure, roll an athletics check.
22.
You throw yourself into him. You find it's like hitting a wall, but you're also not knocked backwards either. As he sort of nods his head. A good greeting, lad. We'll get you settled in. Get you fed.
I can't wait for him to run you
Butter.
over like a monster truck.
Then we can see about learning a thing or two from each other. How about that? I've always wondered about the use of what was it called? Like a big hammer. I always thought that would be neat to learn about. But you know, is a mall. But they're not weapon trained.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we could learn a little from each other.
I'm sure we will.
Malls aren't quite my expertise, but
I imagine you know more about them than I do. And then we'll see about get a couple of drinks in your belly and turning inwards, showing you the ceremony. It's all about ceremony here, lad. But that feels like something that'll be next time. As
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's like
Next time on D&D.
As I keep saying, Reed's gonna have a chance to convene with
get drunk next
Kellenvor,
time.
but it keeps happening next time. But it will probably be next time because you're at the point where you've met them and the various
I am actually
ceremonies
at the monastery to get drunk.
and
Yes.
turn inwards.
Stop saying N-words.
You shut up.
Yeah,
Cody. I'll say whatever
he's
N-word
turned
I
back.
want. My favorite N-word is Nutella.
Oh my
I
god.
think that we can all agree that Henley had the best scene today.
I have the best
Well,
scene
we'll
every
see.
fucking day.
That's why